Hey, good evening, everybody. Good evening, folks. Looks like we're live. Everything's running smooth. Everything's looking good. Very nice. How's everybody doing tonight? Everything's happy Friday, everybody. I'm just testing the microphone. It looks good. Everything's looking online. Hey, Niche. Thank you for all that feedback, bro. You raised some good points. I'll just think through it. So let me give you my argument for dodge versus armor. I think EHP, and you showed the EHP differences. I definitely believe that stacking both armor and dodge is optimal because we can get 3k armor easily. And dodge 84%, as you saw, easily. And EHP is not, single shot EHP is not a problem because we're running so much ward. So we're never going to die from one shots. So average EHP becomes much more important when you're running crazy high ward. I think if we were running like a 3k HP build and no ward, I would be a lot more worried about single shot as well. But given that we're going to be running 15 to 20,000 ward, we don't care about single one shot EHP, I don't think. So that's just how I approach it. Yeah. What kind of DR do you have in there? Let me check one more time. I don't think that's a problem, man. I legit don't think that's a problem at all. The character that you saw had 5 times more average EHP. So I would take the 5 times more average EHP over slightly less one-shot EHP. I am not concerned. So you've got Ghost Flame, you've got the 24 DR. So really the only difference is armor versus dodge stacking. Yeah, that's the only difference. 40k dodge. I'll show you how to get 40k dodge. Easy game right here. Ghost Flame, you just spec into this node, get that 1000 int. Not 1000 int, alright, only 200 int. Only 200 int is enough. Anyway, even 100 int, you have infinite dodge. Basically, this node is OP. I think they need to nerf it. Whether you convert it to armor or keep it at dodge, it's just OP. With so much generation, you think one shot is the only thing? I don't agree, man. There is nothing that can one shot 10k ward. Absolutely nothing in the game is gonna one shot 10k ward. You can literally withstand Jorah's blast. If we could get stuff like armor applies to damage over time, I would be more willing to stack armor, but trust me, I am the biggest armor stacking fan in this game, bro. But this is one scenario where I don't think armor stacking is optimal. I generally lean towards stacking more armor, and I am not a fan of dodge. You saw my dodge versus armor argument, even when it comes to crit avoidance versus crit damage reduction. I am not a fan of feast versus famine or feast or famine mechanics. But in this scenario, 135k one-shot EHP is plenty. We're going to be totally fine. There is just no concerns whatsoever of dying to one-shots. We have find me the tankiest character in the game. You know, find me Werebear, low-life Werebear of the current patch, and tell me how much EHP Werebear has. By the way, this is 20k ward, not 30k. Not a big deal, though. Well, the one I have here is 20k. What do you have in your chance to hit DR? Chance on hit DR. The math is a little weird. Also check non-physical damage one-shot EHP. Check your one-shot EHP versus non-physical. It's going to be much worse than your physical damage reduction. Because armor is better versus physical, right? Yeah, no worries. No worries. All right. Or on a normal map, running past mobs, how many times do we get attacks? Oh, for the Telf boots? I think on a normal map, it's probably pretty good. My issues versus bosses, the dodge mechanic giving you mana is not reliable. And it's very painful to run out of mana versus bosses. So I always just go like, what's my worst case scenario? What's my bottleneck? What's my main weakness for the build? And that's what I work towards mitigating. But I agree with you. Versus just like normal monos, I think they're going to be pretty smooth. Hey, Hermit Craig, man, welcome. So if you just run normal monos and you avoid most of the bosses, you're probably fine. Probably fine. So anyways, somebody else also raised a really good point. Rip Blood does not benefit from healing effectiveness. So that poses a very nasty question mark. What do we do with our skill right here? And again, we go over our options. Rip Blood is still an option, to be honest. Rip Blood, and I'll explain why it's still an option. But Rip Blood is an option. I guess, and it's going to be mostly just for the global spell damage on hit. So the way it would work is you don't really use Rip Blood unless you're against bosses. Against bosses, you just stop, spam Rip Blood, and then activate your Chthonic Fissure. Or even you activate it and you spam Rip Blood after. I think spirits get activated. They don't get snapshotted at the beginning of the fissure, I don't think. So you should be able to benefit from these spell damage bonus. And we were looking at the spell damage numbers. I think Niche put them together. It's like 52. It's a pretty crappy spell damage. Here's my non-elemental. See, that's what I'm talking about. Non-elemental, it's sorry, non-physical is a different story. Physical is, yeah. I think dodge plus armor is more well-rounded. I definitely believe so. But yeah, so Rip Blood for bossing spell damage is a good option, I think. Another option, I mean, we could spec into Harvest, but I don't think that gives us anything. It gives us a little bit of mana. Necrotic Res Shred chance, which is kind of useless. Spirit Plague damage, but we're not spec'd into Spirit Plague, so useless. We could get a ton of HP here, actually. But we don't need it. We don't need it. Yeah, so I don't know. The only thing is this move speed. 20% move speed is actually maybe okay. Let's see what Niche is running here. You didn't even get the move speed. So you're running a little bit of Spirit Plague damage. Enemy damage taken 5%. I don't know, man. So I'm thinking against bosses. Against bosses, what are we really getting? It's like 50, 60 ward per second. So it's very similar to Rip Blood. Shred. None of these are great. Maybe the mana is nice, but none of these are exceptional, to be honest. Kill threshold is alright. Enemy damage taken a tiny amount. I don't know. I don't know. I don't love it. $12 ward times many hits. Yeah, the build has to be ward based. There's too many synergies with ward. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Bone Curse is great other than... Oh! You probably want to add Mark for Death to my build. That is a huge damage upgrade. This is 25% penetration, basically. So... This is 25% pen on the build guide that I have. Do you know what I mean? In here. Yep, thanks, man. So, other than that, we don't really get too much out of Bone Curse. But 25 pen is okay. We get the kill threshold as well. So we get similar to Harvest. We get a little bit of extra damage, a little bit of kill threshold. And that's about it. Yeah, I think I'm okay with what I have. Honestly, quite honestly, these last two skills are very much flex. This build is not going to be, it's not going to make or break based on these two skills. So that's actually great. That's actually fun because people can experiment. Is the Lich kill threshold? The Lich kill threshold. Which one is that? Oh, the passives. This one. Too many points. For 5 passives, I would not put it there. It's 6 passives actually if you add this one as well. Yeah, against regular mobs, it's 50%, 10 stacks. Against bosses, it's 20%. Oh, wow, 25 pen? Raised the DPS that much? That's crazy. Okay, you really want Mark for Death. Is that right? Is that right? Can you change that to 0? The damage went up too much, man. Oh, you're multiplying them. Oh, you got, yeah, you have the math a little bit off. That's why we're getting millions. The math is it's multiplying them. It's not, it should be 1 plus that number divided by 100 times the previous number. B9 plus B3. Cell B25. Cell B25. I'll move this to the other window as well. Cell B25. But cell B25 is wrong. Those should be percentages, and it should be 1 plus, right? It's literally multiplying the damage by 35 times. So it should be 1.2 and then 1.1, or yeah, if you do it 1.2, 1.15 and then 1.25, you can then make cell 24 be multiplicative, and then it works. Yeah. And then fix cell 24, that should be multiplicative. Some product, or no, product, just product. Anyways, you know what I mean. So what are we doing here? I don't know. So I did take up on your advice. Oh, I haven't changed it in here. I do think I like the idea of moving the passive to the mana generation one. That could actually make it so that we no longer need the mana generation from the chest piece. So that's something I'm going to explore. Also, this Chaos Flames is not that crazy. So cell B24 still needs to change. Cell B24 is still needs to change. Oh, wait. Okay, so yeah, it's not multiplicative like that. Okay, so we're doing it wrong. It does need to be 20% plus 15% plus 25% plus 100%. That is the total sum. So yeah, all those are, we still need to fix those. Do you know what I mean? And then in here, so you were saying, what other changes did you say you thought made sense? It seems like you're not investing very much in Lich. And I like the int stacking. I will be posting a YouTube build guide on this entire build, don't worry. Once I finalize it. I do have build guides on YouTube, but not on Warlock yet. Warlock, I'm still working on it. Still finalizing. So I'll upload it eventually, yeah. So you really don't like the int stacking, hey? And also, if we take away Chaos Flames, we really need to make sure we have sources of Damned and the sources of Ignite. Do we? Do we have Ignite and Damned? Let's check. So this is a source of Damned. Do we have any other? Oh, okay, these two. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're good. This should be sufficient. Let's check it out. Yeah, that looks good. Now we're at more reasonable DPS, 1.5 mil DPS. That sounds more in the realm of reasonable. In fact, I'd like it to be a little higher. I mean, it's not bad. It's great for mapping. Yeah. I think it's fine. And remember, that is only the DPS from Torment. We have a bunch of other sources as well. And So yeah, so here's where I think I can double the DPS pretty easily with Rip Blood. So if I just stop moving, so this is going to be my bossing solution. Okay. So I think I am going to go with Rip Blood. I think it's just too good. Too good. Rip Blood, too good. Yeah, I think this is what I'm going to go with. Rip Blood for max cast speed, so that we can stack as many global physical damage, or global spell damage rather. But only for bosses. Anything that is not a boss is just going to die anyways. Like 1.5 mil DPS is great versus anything non-boss. So if we double the spell damage, that's pretty much double the DPS. Doubling the base spell damage. And survivability should not be an issue. Yeah, I think this is what I'm going to go with. And also it gives us an opportunity to spam for mana generation as well. I don't know about Gloom and Flames here. I'm not convinced. But on the other side, on the flip side, it does generate more Chaos Balls, which brings back more mana. So there's that. I don't know. I think this is probably solid. So what about passives? Which passives were you talking about? You like Dark Protections, hey? You like Dark Protections. What did you have? I don't know. I don't feel Dark Protections, honestly. Too marginal in my mind. Inferno Shade. Inferno Shade is one of those things that is like, it sounds so exciting. It looks so fun. And then 2 hours later, you're like, what am I doing with my life? How did I end up here? What is this Inferno Shade thing? Yeah, I don't think we need Spirit Leech too much. 1 or 2 points is probably fine. So what are the differences, really? Yeah, mainly down here. You actually put 3 points in this into one. Fair. You don't like 5 points in here? Oh, I think this is great. We're stacking it, so I'm definitely gonna get 5 points in here. Do I think Encroaching Dark? Which one is Encroaching Darkness? Versiforms, you wonder if the shade that gets placed on the ground would be consumed. Yeah, that's a good point. Encroaching Darkness will trigger bone curse. Encroaching Darkness. Encroaching Darkness. Which one is Encroaching Darkness, dude? Two out of... Oh. When you directly cast a curse... It says directly. Hey, happy beer lover. Thank you for the sub, man. Almost missed it. Thank you so much. Welcome. Irashaimase. Sub for 3 months. Thanks, bro. So this Bone Curse, I mean, Bone Curse, unless we manually cast it, yeah, this is not going to trigger. Yari, if you're similar, but it also depends on what you're heading for in your build. But yeah, sounds like you got it right. Right. Yeah, Bone Curse is definitely going to trigger that if you cast it directly. And I mean, we can put it in the skill bar. Why not? Because we can actually keep Chaos Bolt out of the skill bar. So this is how I would skill bar. Rip Blood here. Ghost Flame here. Why is this so bugged? What is it? Fissure here. And we could drop Bone Curse here. And this can be Transplant, guys. We could have Unspect Transplant instead of Chaos Bolts. I think the extra mobility can be really sweet. You lost your sub streak. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, that is very weird. But either way, thank you, bro. So if you direct cast a curse, you get an extra curse for free. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point because I forgot that Chthonic Fissure is not an actual curse spell. It triggers a curse spell. So it's not going to count, I don't think, towards that. Oh, you see? Triggers the damage. What is Anguish again? I really wish they would show us. Anyways, I think this is what I'm gonna land. Oopsie. Was I working on yours? No, I was working on mine. Okay, good. Yeah, I think this is what I'm gonna go with. I think this is it. This is it, folks. I would like 3 more points here for 20% DR. I think we should be able to get those. Quite honestly, we could probably take 1 point out of here, put it here, and then just do a +2 points. But in the absence of that, we put it in Wraith form. So 40 flat spell damage. Not bad. Yeah, we'll get a little bit of anguish damage here and there. Sure, I can drop it in my Discord. Let's save it first. Should we plug the idols? Let's do the idols real quick. Let's just put greedy idols. Greedy idols. We'll drop this, drop that, go full greed. Full greed, guys. %30 necrotic damage versus 30% necrotic res. Probably necrotic res is better. Full greed. Vitality necrotic res. The greed is real. All right, something like this. That puts us at 1,000 necrotic res. Obviously, we're not going to have that much because we're not going to be able to get everything like this, but and let's just say Bone Clamor. Probably more realistic to drop one. Something like this. I don't know. Whatever. Not bad. I'm going to save it. Just going to store it. Yeah, I still think all res. It's just, I think, a lot more efficient. It makes it so we can actually hit all of our resistance max. Pretty easy. And I have all these open suffixes just to max res. People can do whatever they want with them. These just flex suffixes. You just do res in them. Get your res maxed out. Easy peasy. So yeah, this is it. This is it. See, 280 crit. $280 crit. And we want to make sure we have max res everywhere. So anyways, okay. I think we're going to get going with a Warlock or, you know, Lich. In the absence of Warlock, we do a Lich speedrun. And today, we're going to give it a try to do an everything explained run. And obviously, it's going to be the first one, so we might miss a thing here or two, but hopefully people find it useful. And we're going to explain which parts it is optimal to go through, where you want which level, and we're going to do it online as well, because offline and there's just some bugs there, and I want to get a better gauge of what we're looking at when the game launches. Hardcore solo self found. So, if anybody wants to run alongside me, by the way, hey Kithkins, if anybody wants to speed run alongside, get ready, get your character created, go solo self found, challenge character found, and hardcore. Make sure you click those. And we'll run together. Oh, I don't have my screen shared on the right thing. Here we go. Here we go. So anyways, we're not starting yet, so just set your stuff up. And I have the timer running on the right side. I haven't started it yet, obviously, but when we get going, we're going to activate it. And we'll see how long it takes. And we'll also see how we fare in monos when we're not immortal, because last time we did monos, we were immortal in single player. I don't know how that bug works, but somehow it activated and we just would not die. Even though we should have died many times. So this is going to be a much more realistic run. So everybody that wants to run and time ourselves and see how, you know, how efficient you can get your Acolyte, or even if you want Rogue or whatever, get ready. It's the perfect thing to do on a Friday evening, guys. I don't know about you, but I think it's just right. Solo self-found hardcore speedrun. I'll give people another maybe minute. Then we'll get started. Solo self-found hardcore speedrun. In parallel, we'll do it together, guys. Get it done together. Let's go, let's go. I did that dive yesterday, Yari. Falconer skills. I mean, it wasn't a crazy deep dive, but I went through the skills yesterday and just kind of high-level theory crafted some stuff. Hey, Big Wolf. How you doing, man? Let's do a speedrun together. Hop on, hop on. Make an Acolyte. Let's do it. Poison Flask speedrun. In fact, Poison Flask is not bad for speedrunning early on. It's just when it gets to the late game, it becomes a water flask, not a poison flask. You're just cleaning the enemies and giving them a nice warm bath. So it doesn't do much damage. All right. So, trap looks fun, but you don't know about falconry. I think the damage multipliers are crazy on Falcon. Everything in the Falconer, like all 5 skills, are just silly, crazy multipliers, man. You think it'll be strong, but maybe just not for you. You use Poison Flask on your Rogue early. Yeah, that makes sense. Run past stuff, gather, big AoE, bam. Yeah, I've seen that. It's a massive AoE on that skill. And everything dies early on. Like, you don't need too much damage to wipe everything. Not too much at all. I should have filled up some water before doing the speedrun stuff. It takes so long, man. All right. Are you guys ready to speedrun? So before we get started, just remember, we're going to try to do everything explained, but I'm sure because I'm trying to speedrun at the same time, it is absolutely impossible to cover everything. So if you guys have any questions, ask away. I'll try to keep up with chat as much as possible. If I miss it, sorry, because I am trying to speedrun at the same time, but I will try to answer any questions that I can. So ask away. And then high level. We don't have Warlock unlocked yet. So obviously we cannot spec into Warlock. But the first 2 hours of the game are going to be pretty much identical to what we're going to do with Warlock. Yeah. I'm going to need to pick up the Warlock passive for Damned application, just because otherwise we don't have sources of Damned. Actually, wait. The Chthonic Fissure has Damned sources. Okay. So Chthonic Fissure is going to take care of Damned. Never mind. We're good. So I don't even need that passive. I can pick up the mana passive. So basically Lich, the way that I'm going to play Lich is going to be very similar to the way I'm going to play Warlock. The main difference is going to be Lich is going to be more spec'd into sustain and survivability versus Warlock going to be spec'd into pure damage. Anyways, I'll explain that as well while we run. Everybody ready? Let's go. Timer started. Let's go. So we're doing a hardcore solo self-found. Explain everything, or at least explain as much as we can. Speedrun at the same time. So in this first zone, Acolyte is pretty weak. Riplet is one of the weakest skills early on because it has no AoE at level 1. And the ways that skills work in Last Epoch is you unlock them either by simply leveling. All these ones are just simply by leveling up to level 16. Or by investing in different passive skill trees. Like the base Acolyte passive skill tree on the bottom here. And then the Necro skill tree, passive skill tree on the top, Lich, and then Warlock when it's unlocked on the bottom. So that's how you unlock your skills. And that's how you unlock the base type of your skills. Then you can invest into the skill by speccing into it and unlocking additional skill nodes in it. But unfortunately when you get the base type, they just come vanilla and they don't do much, honestly. So Riplet is one of the worst ones. But all we need to do is run until this spot where this friendly, nice druid helps us and just kills everything for us. Very nice guy. Come on, bro. Clean up. Clean up. Alright, we got a sub. Gojo. Welcome. Irashaimase. Once he cleans up house, he's gonna get us level 2. Which is skeletons. You want to summon 3 of them. That's your cap. And you have a 50-50 chance for getting a bowman skeleton versus a melee skeleton. So you see that I want to get 2 bowmen and 1 melee, just because the bowmen have range obviously, and so we can dish out more damage as we run around. Otherwise the melee ones are mostly just running and not actually damaging. And then at this part of the game, the second map here, you want to run through but also kill a few enemies here and there, because there's one spot a little bit later on where we want to have level 4. So in order to be able to hit that level 4 timing, I like to not just purely rush through here. Also we get the guy helping us, so his clear is amazing. At level 3, we just hit it, you start unlocking passive points. And I'll show you in 1 sec. You get 1 passive point every level in Last Epoch. From level 3 all the way to level 100. So it's quite a few passive points. And then you also get a lot of passive points from quests. So right here for passives, I recommend going Forbidden Knowledge. Pretty much for all 3 characters. Max it out, it's really strong. Whether you're going to be going Necro, or Lich, or Warlock. Here we go. So here we lost our buddy. We're going to be significantly weaker, which is why I want to hit level 4 ASAP. Because that unlocks Wandering Spirits, and that is the best early game skill for Acolyte, regardless of what you're going to spec into later. You want to get Wandering Spirits ASAP. And you also unlock at level 4 specialization into a skill of your choice. And because of how strong Wandering Spirits is, we're definitely going to be specializing into it at level 4. So that's going to be a huge power spike for us. Sartori is a big fan of Poison Wandering Spirits. A lot of people love Poison Wandering Spirits. I'm going to do a different build here for early game. I'm not going to go into Poison Wandering Spirits. I have a different setup, and I think, I don't know, I like what I have in terms of skill setup. I kind of think it's better than Poison Wandering Spirits. But basically, I'll show you how to get it. So this next zone here, you want to aggro as many enemies. Clump them up nicely. Here we go, aggro, aggro, aggro. Clump. Line them up. And use Marrow Shards to kill them in a line. Marrow Shards damages everything in a line, so it's pretty decent AoE. But somehow we're not close to level 4 just yet, so we gotta kill a few more. Because level 4 is a huge spike. It allows us to skyrocket in XP. And you got to remember, we're also running hardcore, so we don't want to just be running through the map. Optimally, if you're speed running, almost died there. If you're just speed running, you can pretty much run through here and not worry about it. But we are doing hardcore, so. So we unlocked our specialization. We want to specialize immediately into Wandering Spirits. Get that skill point right there. Stop dying. Okay, here we go. Watch Wandering Spirits. Amazing clear right here. Boots could be movement speed, so let's take it. Respawn your skellies. See, this is pretty suboptimal play right here, but that's okay. We'll catch up later on. Alright, let's keep moving. So this is pretty much what we've wanted to accomplish here. This is a pretty good clump of enemies, so I'll just finish it up. We also have Wandering Spirits up, so we can just clear them real quick. Staff, 3 spell damage. Not actually great. And then in the next zone, we're leveling nicely. We're close to 5. That's okay. Not amazing or anything, but this zone has really nasty solar archers. So I would recommend be very careful with them. And also, before going into this boss fight coming up ahead, you can see it on the map how it's showing us there's an objective there. That's like the first little boss fight in the game. Before going in, I would recommend kill a few of these enemies because it's actually a pretty difficult fight. Okay. For this exact reason. These guys are pretty nasty. These archers. So if you go in and you fight the boss with the archers around, it's not easy at all. Fire res is actually pretty good here. We do have a level here. And a passive point. Oops. Yeah, this guy's really strong. You don't want to be standing in front of those phoenixes. We're out of health pots as well. Not optimal. Difficult fight overall. But we managed. I feel like I'm going slower than usual here, but that's okay. You want to make sure to spawn your Wandering Spirits right next to enemies. Because the way that the spell works is it spawns 4 when you first click it. And then it keeps spawning around you for a period. So you want to make sure those first 4 are not wasted. So if you spawn them away from enemies, it's just not as good as if you spawn them when you're right next to them. Another really good use of Wandering Spirits is if you're right next to a wall. The game thankfully is smart enough not to spawn your spirits inside the wall because they'll be useless. And that's really good. We can utilize that because the radius stays the same, but you're essentially eliminating half of that radius. You're making it so that half of that radius is a wall, so half of your circle rather is area that your Wandering Spirits cannot spawn in. So if you get a boss or like a tough enemy right up against the wall, you can utilize your DPS much better than otherwise. Like here, for example, this guy's pretty close to a wall. Just push him up against that and you're good. Oh, I gotta turn off my chat. Hey, Liquid Paper. Hardcore is just to practice. Just to encourage myself to be a little bit more careful. Not for anything else. Like I fully expect to die during this run, and when we do die, the way that hardcore works in Last Epoch is you get to respawn, but in softcore, so it's not too bad. But it's good practice to... I don't think you need to talk to this person. I probably shouldn't have talked to her, but yeah, it's good practice to just get used to not dying. Get better at not dying. Get good. Here we go, another free passive point. And so that quest that we completed inside those storerooms did give us a passive point. So there are certain quests in this game that upon completion you get passive points or idols. And I'll show you in a second how to see how many of those you've completed. You essentially click map, M, and when you open your map on the bottom left corner, it will tell you how many you've got out of your passive skill points and idols, and how many are left. I'll show you in a sec. So click M at the bottom here, 2 out of 15 for passives, 0 out of 8 for idols. So we're slowly making progress. Right here, you don't need to talk to this guy, you can just keep running through. I personally like to talk to him and kill just the first 3 big enemies here. They're pretty chunky, give a decent amount of XP. It doesn't look like they give that much actually. So yeah, that didn't give much at all. So definitely the play here is to keep running. Confirmed. The XP is negligible. I thought those big ones give good XP. But alas, maybe it's because they're spawned there and the guy's helping you. But yeah, we can keep running through most stuff, especially with Wandering Spirits. So right here, activate and just go through. I have a tendency to stop too much. You can definitely get a lot more efficient than I am, just by running more consistently. Yeah, sorry Liquid Paper. I'm just trying to do an explained everything video for YouTube as well later on, so I'm trying to be a little bit more detailed than usual. I know you know the stuff, so it's not necessarily directed for you only. It's just I'm gonna post it on YouTube as a longer, 2-3 hour or whatever, 4-hour video with the whole leveling progression. No worries, bro. It's all good. There's just a lot of things to keep track of here as well. Keep up with your skeletons. Aggro enemies where necessary, and then AoE them down. So yellow items are rare. It's the usual, blue is magic, yellow is rare. And then we have purple items, which you're not going to get until later on in the game, which are exalted items. And so blue and yellow can spawn tiers up to tier 5 in your affixes, whereas the purple, oh, this is a nasty fight. The exalted items can spawn up to tier 6 and tier 7. And those are drop only items. You cannot get them by crafting or by purchasing them from vendors or anything like that. Okay, this is a good fight. I should have probably skipped those enemies right there. Get our belt equipped. Health pots. Alright. Wally, yeah, the meteor is kind of sneaky with that boss. So here we're level 7, which is really solid so far. We can probably go a lot faster than this. Like I said, I have a tendency to go too slow, but there is the next boss, which is not on this map, but a little bit further. I do like to get level 8 before that boss, because at level 8, it unlocks the second skill specialization, and for that we're going to go with Rip Blood. It combos, synergizes really well with Wandering Spirits, especially the way that we're setting Wandering Spirits. And just keep in mind, Wandering Spirits, when they stack on top of a single enemy, the multiple Wandering Spirits apply damage. So essentially, yeah, they can shotgun enemies. Here you don't have to click on the waypoint. You can just directly click map and TP to where you want to go. So that's a really nice feature in Last Epoch. Don't need to talk to that guy up here. He gives us a quest that we don't care about. Just get this quest handed in and then we keep going. Another passive point. Now we're maxed out on the +8 int and necrotic res. Which, by the way, the necrotic res is going to be really good for Warlock for the build that we're going with. Chthonic Fissure. And we're going to go into necrotic res, scaling our torment damage. So just a heads up, that's the build that I'm going to be testing first. And we'll see what other builds we have time for when the game comes out and what other builds look cool. Yellow Tome, that's... Ooh, it's got necrotic damage and spell damage and void res. That is an insane early level item. Just absolutely phenomenal. So this fight we should really not be having here. We can ditch the waypoints, we don't need them. Yeah, crazy good offhand here. And the reason I'm saying we should be skipping this area is it's area level 6. You can see it at the top right. And we're level 7. So we're already over leveled here for the types of enemies that we're fighting. We don't want to be sticking around too long. Resummon our skeletons. And it's, I think, in the next area that we're going to have a boss fight. You can configure the order of your skills on the bottom with your skill bar. So you can see I like Wandering Spirits for my right click on my mouse for some reason. I don't even know why, but just habit. And so this is the zone where we want to hit level 8 before the boss fight. We're very close to level 8, so we should very comfortably be able to hit it. And I'll show you what we get with level 8. And by the way, the skill choices for spirits, for Wandering Spirits, are such that we decrease the area, the reveal area in which they spawn. And so we make them spawn in a tiny little area so that more of them can overlap. That's the huge synergy that we're utilizing here. It's really fun too to see them just completely annihilate everything, that's like including bosses. They're great for everything. Clear for bosses early on. Very fun skill early on, honestly. I love them. So right here we want to hit level 8. I think this should do it. There we go. Level 8. Bam. Skill specialization unlocked. Go Rip Blood and we go for global spell damage on hit. So that means that every time that we cast Rip Blood, we're going to have +2 spell damage applied to everything, every spell. And the way that Wandering Spirits works is it snapshots, or at least I believe it snapshots at the beginning when you first cast it. So basically, you want to cast Rip Blood as much as you can, get as many stacks of extra spell damage as possible, and then activate your Wandering Spirits afterwards. So here we're pre-casting Rip Blood, then we're activating Wandering Spirits, making sure we stay close to the edge to make sure that spirits are forced to spawn next to the boss as much as possible. We're just utilizing that game mechanic. So you see we spawned another set of spirits. They're not cooperating though, they're just wandering over there. Silly Wandering Spirits. So when he goes to half health, he switches to his second phase or stage or whatever. This boss is fairly easy. Honestly, the hardest boss early on is that one that we fought with the meteors. That guy is a pain. So here you see he just gets annihilated. If all the spirits land on him, it's easy game. Fizz damage, lightning res. I think that's better than what we have, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's superior. So here again, we don't need to click on the waypoint. We can just TP back. And our progress is really solid so far. We can hand in the quest. Oh, I think that was Act 2 is when we go through this portal right now. So this was the Act 1 boss, the Chapter 1 boss fight. As soon as this guy opens up a portal, the chapter is done. Oh, we're a minute and a half slower than my offline timing. I wonder if all the load times are doing that. Or actually, yeah, I was pretty slow as well. Okay, so that's Act 1, Chapter 1. The load times are much better when you go offline. Which is why a lot of speedrunners play offline, but we're trying to simulate the Warlock experience when the game launches. Hey, nice for you. You played Last Epoch on Steam Deck OLED, yeah? How are the controls? Did you enjoy the controls? I got those OLED, the OLED Steam Deck as well. I should test it. So in this zone, we start encountering void enemies, and for the next, I think 1 or 2 chapters really, we're gonna be facing a ton of void enemies. This guy's too tanky, we skip him. And void enemies, naturally you want void res. So if you see items with void res, you probably want to equip them. Another point to make the review range even smaller. Perfect. Defiled bones, rare not relic, but yeah, relic actually. What does it give? Crit chance, health regen, lightning res. Not amazing. Don't think we need to talk to that guy as well. Controls worked fine. Since switch from megabytes. Nice, not bad. I gotta try it on my Steam Deck as well. So here, there are 2 quests in this zone. The main quest, obviously, but also another quest where we rescue a bunch of people. You activate them with this guy. You actually have to talk to him. And we've unlocked Transplant. For the first 4 points you put for Rib Blood in here. So it's pretty easy. And then you put them into cast speed afterwards. Passives, we keep going with this one. We unlock Bone Golem here as well. And we can slot our Bone Golem here, Transplant here for mobility. And we should be a lot zoomier now. As soon as Transplant is off cooldown, you use it, obviously. I think I went the wrong way. I think this pathing is better, but that's okay. Oh yeah, we made up for it. We got the cast speed shrine and the haste shrine. Now we can cast our buddies here. Alright, and now we zoom. Okay. So we just have one more guy to rescue, another speed shrine, very nice. Here I'm just gonna run through. Free ice speedo. First unique, what do we got? Bleeding Heart. It is unfortunately not usable. That's too bad. So Poison Res and Fizz Res I'm gonna pick up instead of Fire Res. So here the usual. And the reason why Last Epoch is so neat in terms of allowing you to try different builds is what the game was trying to tell us just now is that we've unlocked the minimum skill points when we respec a skill to 2. So even if I say, okay, I don't like Rib Blood, and I despecialize out of it, up here with the respec button that I just showed you, even if you respec it, and then spec into something else, you're gonna have a minimum number of skill points that it spawns with, that it starts with. It's not gonna be as good as these 3 and 4, but it's still gonna be pretty... It's gonna save you a ton of time, and you're gonna be able to start utilizing some of the bonuses in there. So it's a really good setup to enable you to respec whenever you want. At the final, like around level 70 or 80, you unlock 10 becomes your minimum number of skill points when you respec. So 10 out of 20, 20 being the absolute max of skill points. So another loading screen here. You just finished watching DM's stream. He was playing Pally with Warpath and autocast Smite. He was able to continue casting Smite while channeling even though his mana went negative. I think Smite has a very low mana cost, but also I think there's a note that makes it so that you can cast it while negative. Oh. I think Smite is just very low mana cost, right? So this staff is not bad. If I didn't have this phenomenal offhand, probably use the staff, to be honest. I'm gonna stop here and kill all of these guys. I want to give me boots. Do we have MS boots? No. And now we've hit huge power spike with all of our spirits bunched up. Finally unlocked all of that. Jade ring. Fizz damage and minion damage. Not bad actually. We'll stop for that. So these boots actually give us MS. Oops. What was that? Damn. It sounds like a bug maybe? Oh no, we got the leather boots bug. It's showing on our screen the whole time. Oh no. ESG please. It's okay. We'll just ignore those boots. Okay, so I think we can keep going here. We're level 11 in the 12 area. It's alright. Mournful pennant, that is for Sentinel only. Boots? No. Oh! This wand is good. This wand is an upgrade. Good thing we stopped for just a sec. So we can drop these, we can drop this. Oh, those boots are hilarious. So at this point, we're quite strong. Here's a helmet as well. Poison res. Actually, the fizz res one is better. We're quite strong because we hit our 4 points into Rib Blood's bonus and the 5 points into the Wandering Spirit specialization. So these guys usually melt quite nicely. We can even face tank here because of the Rib Blood healing us. So Rib Blood is a good sustain skill as well. You can see they just melt. They just melt. Fizz res will take that. Oh no, dude. Alright, so I think this is good. And go back. Here we just have to report quest completion. This is a useless amulet. We'll get a few more passives. We don't need to talk to this guy. And then we have 3 passive points. Maybe it's a bug, honestly. Or, oh, you know what? Probably when it procs off of the warpath, it doesn't cost anything. It's warpath that costs, isn't it? I don't know. Just a guess. So we're level 12. And I like to finish this chapter around level 13, level 14. Oh, increase cast speed and intelligence. That's a must-have shard right there for early on. And so yeah, those are the kind of the shards that you want. You want movement speed shards, intelligence shards, necrotic damage is another affix you want whenever you can get it. So necrotic here. Spell damage is good, and damage over time is good as well. So those are the 3 damage affixes. Necrotic, dot, and spell. And then cast speed is solid as well. Just a sec here for this boss fight. So you can see we stacked up all of our plus spell damage bonuses. Activate Wandering Spirits. He just dies. He just dies. That's a great helmet. Yeah, I don't know, Dragon Shot. I wasn't there, so hard to tell what was going on exactly. I can venture some guesses, but yeah, hard to gauge. Fizz res. We lost the fizz res, which is a little bit painful, honestly. We should be using our idols as well here. Ooh! What just happened? We got 3 subs. Thank you, actual Typhoon, rather. Sorry about that. An actual Typhoon. Thank you for this gifted subs, bro. Welcome to everybody. Irashimasen. Thank you one more time to actual Typhoon. Let's keep going. So here for idols. They're a good source of resistances. Unfortunately, we did not get a good resistance or a good damage idol. So these are pretty bad idols altogether. We'll put the bleed on hit one just because of lack of alternatives. But yeah, so in terms of prefixes that you want to watch out for, necrotic dot, spell damage, and casting speed. You love lurking as you break down all the classes. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. We'll keep doing it, and we'll break down Warlock. I think I'm gonna be going Warlock first in 1.0. So, and especially, I don't know. My brain works in weird ways. If everybody loves Falcon too much and it has the craziest multipliers, I might just go off meta and play Warlock. So, if we can even call Warlock off meta. But yeah, should be fun. Hey Manter, welcome, welcome. Welcome both here, everybody joining the chat for the first time. So here, ideally I like to activate my spirits right before this guy spawns. But the timing didn't work out this time. So here we go, spirits now, he just melts. So if you activate spirits right around the time he spawns, you delete him with 1 cast. It is just so good. Alright. I think we can keep going. A lot of rares here. I think this is another guy you don't need to talk to, but it's not a big detour. It's fine. Oops. So here, the reason we're going into unnatural preservation is not so much for Lich, honestly, but it's more so for Warlock. Warlock is going to scale really well with Necrotic Res, as I mentioned earlier. So this is a little bit of Warlock prep. For Lich, doesn't give us as much. A little bit of res though, it's okay. It's alright. The contrarian indeed, right? It's nice to be a contrarian every now and then. I have a hard time running builds that everybody else is running. I just go like, what are you doing with your life? This is boring. Everybody else has figured it out. Do something more interesting. There's no exploration. There's no fun. Okay. This sash is no good. Silver ring. So silver ring is the best thing you can find early on, because it gives move speed. You want to be running 2 silver rings through the campaign. 13 spell damage. With increased spell damage, we're gonna actually switch our insanely good setup here with this staff. Let's go. Welcome, no sub 3-star. Bird Boy looks amazing, dude. Don't get me wrong. It definitely looks legit. Oh, I have cast speed and I have cooldown here. Here we go. Make sure cast Rip Blood to pre-activate your plus spell damage. And then we activate our spirits and hope that they actually go on the guy. Come on, spirits. Come on now. His moves are pretty easy to dodge, and even if you don't dodge, like the only one that can kill you is the one that this one. He goes in a circle, and yeah, it's pretty easy to dodge. There's another one where he creates a lightning storm in a radius, in a circle around himself. That one can be a little bit dangerous. This one right there. There's the lightning stuff. You can't stay inside, but otherwise, you're fine. You can tank this one. Very tankable. And he's done. Pretty straightforward fight. Cold res. 11 spell void damage. And with 16 cast speed. We're gonna go with that. Oh, wait. It's a level 14 item. So we're gonna get level 14 right away here. Yeah, we got the 3 Skelly Bros. We're gonna run them until we start running Spirit Plague. Spirit Plague? Yeah, Spirit Plague. They better not touch low life Beastmaster Earthquake. I sure hope so as well. And I sure hope so that they work on these loading screens. These loading screens are a pain. You've been holding off on Necro as a treat to yourself after launch? Nice. I am personally going Warlock into Necro. Yeah, this is hardcore so far. Next level loot. Welcome, by the way. So, we're running hardcore indeed. Oh my god, these loading screens though. This is like 30 seconds or something? What's going on? This is why people speedrun in offline mode. Feel like we got bugged. Ghost Flame is OP. Oh, here we go. We made it. We actually made it. Ghost Flame definitely looks OP to me. From a defensive standpoint. No damage, but... yeah, I think the server setup needs some some code optimization. Let's hope they get it done. So we should get a level. We're gonna go Lich for now. Oh, we didn't get a level. Come on, give us a level. Come on, there you go, bro. Oops. So back to council chambers, and we can utilize this weapon finally. What is going on? Okay, so Act 2 now is done. I think. Yeah, I think we're in Chapter 3 now. Right? Or do we have to walk through the next spot?
Greetings. May I tear a smile upon you?
Yeah, I think once we go into this area, it's Chapter 3. Hey, Hunter! Oh yeah, I have a good idea for my starting build. I spec'd it out today, yesterday and today on Warlock, and I'm gonna make a video about it hopefully tomorrow. I'm gonna try and do that tomorrow. So this zone we can go a little bit faster, just zoom through, because it's kind of an annoying zone. Not the best density. Hard to get XP out of it. But still, you want to make sure you always activate Wandering Spirits off cooldown to get even just a little bit of experience by just walking. Just free XP. Can't go wrong. Silver ring though. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Drop that. Oh, level 15. Okay, alright. Level 15. Oh, we got another Warlock main. Compare notes when I drop my video. See what you think. See how it compares to the setup that you're looking to do. This is actually a pretty good wand. Yeah, okay, we'll drop it. Affix Shard's shrine is really strong. Early on. Late game we don't care about them, but right now they're great. Another wand. Let's finish this big guy. Big boy. Hydrohedron version 2. Yeah, with the chthonic fissure, I agree. It's gonna be sweet. So as we progress, we want to keep an eye on area level versus our level. So here it's 17 versus 14, not too bad. We are running hardcore, but this is fine. Watch me die as soon as I say that. Ghost boots. Ghost flame. Ninja boots. Ghost flame boots. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be running Ghost Flame boots. Is that right now? Hardcore? I mean, I'm not a hardcore player. And we're definitely going to die after chapter 4. After Sanctum. Once we get into Monos, we're going to be dying. So the hardcore part is more for the first 2 hours. Just to practice not dying. And then eventually it's going to be pretty much impossible if we want to aggressively level to play hardcore. Yeah, these boots are just bugged, unfortunately. It's a very annoying bug. It triggers when you, I don't know, when you mess around with these items as you're loading screening, right around to click into another area. It's very annoying. I hope they fix that as well. So as soon as you get 20 passives in your main passive skill tree, you can now start investing passives in your other passive skill trees, like for example Lich and Necro. So we're gonna stop at 20. This thing doesn't... Ooh, that thing is very dangerous, by the way, as you saw. Almost one-shot me. Crits are very dangerous in this game, and we don't have any way to mitigate them early on. So you want to be careful versus large single target hits. Yeah, I finally got my speedrun timer going as well. Try harding a little bit. Not as much as I should. Still stopping to kill enemies. Like a noob cake. But enjoying life. Pog timer, this is... I'm running behind my my other time, but that's partially because it's just the loading screens are brutal in online mode. The other times are from offline mode, and it's much easier to run offline. It's much faster. But also I'm trying to explain at the same time. So that's challenging. So this zone is very dangerous. This zone is extremely dangerous because of these cultists that stab you, poke you with a lot of crit chance. I'm pretty sure they have like 150,000% crit chance. So don't mess around here if you're running hardcore. Go nice and slow. You saw that I could have easily died there. I was not careful enough. That would have been a great time to die. Right as I'm saying, this zone is very dangerous. That thing that spits all those blobs as well. Pretty dangerous. Alright. We've been pushed all the way back here because we're not running through. Yeah, the other option is to just run through, to be honest, but it's okay. We're keeping it chill. So for passive now we go Lich and we start stacking Int. TP once we stack enough spell damage from Rip Blood. And then get our DPS going. Root Staff. Only 8 spell damage. Does it have move speed? No, it does not. The cultists. Yeah. These void damage guys are very nasty. So here we want to pick up the waypoint in the next zone because it's going to be useful for a different quest later on. You'll see. Actually, I think I'm going to skip that quest this time, perhaps. Yeah, I think I'm going to skip it this time because I think even without it, we can hit the right number of quests to pick up 15 passives and 8 idle slots. That's what we want out of the campaign. We want to finish the campaign with exactly 15, 15 and 8 out of 8. See, these guys are just so mean. Waypoint is this way. So this is where we want to go next. Oh wait, actually we wanted CDR. But both are good, so it's not a big deal. I like to max out the CDR first though, just to have more consistency. Okay. Brass amulet. So I'm gonna stick around and pick that up. Take this guy as well. Oh my god, the damage. What? Swaddling of the Erased? I've never seen that on my speedruns. For real? What is this? That's useless. Swaddling of the Erased with 14 Weaver's Will. So Weaver's Will items, if you don't know what they are items where the affixes are hidden inside these 14 Weaver's Wills. So each one of those 14 is essentially an affix that you will uncover as you level the item up. So we're gonna see what we get. The Dream. What is the Dream with Weaver's Will early game? I honestly don't even know. I mean, Int is alright. Probably Necrotic Res if we're running the Warlock build. Oh my god, these stabby guys are brutal. There's a nasty one right there. Alright. Okay, let's keep going. We're gonna miss out this side quest. It's not a big deal because it does not give any passive points. Just a bit of XP. So it's not a must-do quest. Thank you, Henry. It's a question from Typhoon. 1 second. I want to make sure I don't die. Do you look for resistances for speedruns, or do you just try to blast through? You definitely look for resistances early on. So especially in this zone, you want physical and void res. Physical and void res for this zone. For a later zone, it's going to be more necrotic res, which is super easy for our acolyte here because we have a lot of necrotic res from passives. But for these zones, you want to get as much void and physical as possible. You see those stabby guys. If you have some fizz res, it's not so bad. So is this good? Yeah, it's good. I think. Okay, what was that belt? Necrotic and fizz res. Yeah, okay. I'll jump for that. I think it can be tier 6 affixes indeed, even though I'm low level. I didn't even know Weaver's Will items were... It's possible to spawn them this early on. I've never dropped it, and I've done like 10 speedruns over the last week or two. Did not get a single Weaver Will item, but here's the first one. Let's see what it does. So far... Oh, it's leveling. Oh my god, dude. Freeze rate multiplier? Why? Why do you have to do this to me? Freeze rate multiplier. That is not a very useful suffix for us, unfortunately. But we have a lot of it. We got even more in our weapon now. Okay, so this zone is done. It's okay, maybe it gets something different. All these loading times, dude. Tier 2 freeze rate multiplier. At least we get some cold res out of it, I guess. We'll take it for the cold res. Why not? I should have gone through waypoint actually. The optimal play here is not to run all the way here, but it is to actually TP into the waypoint directly. So that's a little misplay right there that cost us 10-15 seconds perhaps. So yeah, the next skill will be unlocked at level 20. And so if you're going Warlock, what I recommend is actually to keep these two skills, Rip Blood and Spirits. Even if you want to go Chthonic Fissure is going to be amazing. But even if you want to go Chthonic Fissure, I still recommend keeping these two because they synergize so incredibly well. Just look at this. Just look at how easy it makes for boss fights and everything else in the game. So I definitely think you should keep these two and go Chthonic Fissure on 20. Look at that. Look at how he melts. So sweet. Melts like butter on a lobster. Meant to be together. Butter on toasted bread. Right before you put some jam or some honey right on top. Okay, that is some trashy drops right there, bro. You have 2 builds ready for patch notes. A Falconer Shadow Dagger and Explosive Trap Marksman. Well done. That's good prep right there. I think Marksman should be fairly safe. I don't see Marksman getting nerfed. So here in these little excursion zones or whatever they're called, you go into a different timeline. It's part of the concepts in Last Epoch. These timeline conversions. And when you go in here, at the end of it, there's sometimes or usually pretty nasty bosses, but this is how you get extra idle slots frequently early in the game. These unlock idle slots. And even passives, I think. This one gives us a passive, I believe. It's not actually easy. There's a nasty dragon fight at the end of this one. But our setup is strong, so we can take on even nasty bosses. A lot of the zoomy speedrunning strats and setups struggle for single target, but not us. Called in necrotic 16 spell damage. Hells yeah. Level 20. We'll save it for later. You know what? I kind of want to switch these around. Put the bone golem here and put the skellies here. That's what I'm used to. So here's the dragon that I was talking about. Activate some spell damage boost. Keep spamming your stuff. These things bleed you, so be careful. These guys right here. And bleed is actually super strong early on. So we're waiting for cooldown on spirits. As soon as it's ready, we're gonna TP on top. Okay, I'm not even sure how I was getting hit there, but okay. This is something else that they really need to fix in the game, is this pushing around of bosses. It's not fun. It's very annoying. Shouldn't work that way. But there you go. So this boss fight, not easy, but with our setup, very doable. Am I hoping for a particular unique? Early game, one of the nicer ones, especially in this zone, is actually Boardman's helmet in that set for Boardman's set. That helmet gives you a ton of void res, if I remember correctly. And I think, what was it? Health regen as well? So we got a damn chance over here. Yeah, we want to go down here just for +2 passive skill points quest. Hey, good evening, Mora. So yeah, that's one of the best uniques early on, to be honest with you. I grabbed it a few times. It's pretty frequent as well, how often it drops. I've had it like twice on my speedruns. So it's a really solid boost for your void res early on. And in these zones, void res is just so good. You make without the void res, you can actually die. With the void res, it's actually pretty impossible to die here. Yeah, so we're trying to do an explain everything speedrun of sorts. Let me know if you guys have any questions as we go. So here we're going to do the cooldown reduction as I intended to earlier. These guys hit really hard. Those void infused whatevers. Real meanies right there. So there's a crit shrine that we have right now. It's pretty good. And a speed shrine at the same time. So crit does not apply to our Wandering Spirits, but it does apply to our Rib Blood. Wandering Spirits are a damage over time spell. There are no hits with them. They just deal damage over time to enemies within a radius. So they don't benefit from the crit at all. But Rib Blood does. Let's see how we can, how we're doing on timing. Am I? Which chapter am I right now? Am I really that far behind? Chapter 1. That doesn't sound right. I think we passed chapter 3, right guys? I think we're in chapter 4 now. Where's that chapter 4? I can never remember which is which chapter. I'll be honest. And unfortunately this is not correct here. I think in offline it was telling it correctly. Min max wax. I'll be playing COF. Indeed. You as well? COF gang. So here's the 2 passives. So we go back to the main quest line. This was just a side quest. Not a must-have. Merchant Guild in Legacy. Merchant Guild in Legacy is how you get the most OP items in the game, yeah. Just stack all your money. Save millions and millions of gold. And wait for those juicy sales. Oops, I think we want to go left here, if I recall correctly. Rune of Shattering. That's 2,000 gold later on when you're able to buy it. I think you can actually buy it early on as well. So we hit level 20 now. That means we can grab our new weapon. And we can spec. And then in this case, we're going to spec into Bone Golem. And like I said, if you're running Warlock, you want to spec into Chthonic Fissure. And you want to beeline for the Necrotic Res more damage node. Bottom left side. That's what I would recommend. For here, for Lich, Bone Golem works quite nicely. Great regen. If you spec into the bottom nodes, bottom right nodes. Okay. Passing up on getting your own loot. I know, right? Trading with others versus just finding the loot by yourself. And getting that satisfaction. So here at this point, we already have 1 point into this node right here, Reap the Damned, which benefits from the enemies being 1, damned, 2, cursed. So we have a source of Damn. It's our passive skill tree right here, Eye of Damnation. But we do not have a source of Curse right now. As a Warlock, you will easily get a source of Curse from Chthonic Fissure. So that's there by default. But as a Lich, we need to replace our skeletons with Spirit Plague, just so we can have a source of a curse. And it's more just a boss fighting mechanic that we want to utilize. The extra damage is not necessary as we're just running through here. It's nice to cast that on just trash mobs. Clears them really quickly, just like that. But it's more just a boss damage amp mechanic, especially as we put more points into that skill node in the spirit skill tree. So this area coming up is quite nasty. These 3 void clerics. So you have 2 options. You either just run through or slowly fight through them. See, they just almost one-shot me. You're probably better off running through, to be honest, but I like to kill stuff. Can't help myself. So this is the other reason why this can be a little nasty. Huge number of enemies. Oh my god, and we don't have enough. See, look at that. I'm out of, oh no, I'm out of potions. Out of potions and out of void res. We are at 8 void res. That's really, really bad. Okay, we need to deal with these guys here. They do a lot of damage. The boss is not a problem. But the void guys, major problem. This is not bad. That is mage specific. Okay, we'll keep going. You're gonna main Merchants Guild liquid paper and become a god. Yeah, the very best items, I think. Merchants Guild probably makes it easier. So this is poison res and dodge rating. Not ideal, to be honest, but cold res on our other item and health regen per second. Oops. I think I'm thinking of the wrong zone here. Okay. So the points on the left for Riblood give us more sustain. They get us more HP coming back at us. This boss is not too bad at all. There we go. 2 casts of spirits. And he's down. Yeah, I don't know why those boots decided to stick around. Unfortunately, it's very annoying. Just a bug. Just a very annoying bug. Okay, we're gonna zoom through here because I think we're running behind schedule. Weaver's Will, +1 strength. Lame. Yeah, if I have items on my cursor while loading screen, I think that's what did it. I've had it happen one other time before. Very annoying. Level 22, yeah. So this zone you want to beeline on the right and then up until you see the question mark. And then you want to TP in and out. Unfortunately, that's double the load screen. Very annoying. Hey, Bad Dawn, good evening. Surely we're in chapter 4 now, right? I cannot remember the chapters, guys. I think chapter 4 I know ends when you kill the guy on the boat. And when you get to the sandy beach. That's certainly chapter 4. Put as many items on the screen. Break the game. So the bone golem setup for Lich is really nice because it gives you tons and tons of sustain. And then you have your last 2 skill points, or skill slots rather. As flex slots, you can do whatever you want. Start speccing into the build that you want to get into. Necrotic res. We don't really need it. Endurance dot. Spell damage is the other one. Never mind. It's not worth. What is that? Oh, gifting 5 subs to the community. Bad Dawn, bro. I was looking at that icon on the right hand side. And I'm like, what does that mean? What is that icon for? I didn't even know. Bro, thank you so much. 5 sub Reefer, Waka, Lucy, Lucky, Monka, Stixia. We got 5 subs. Thank you so much, man. Welcome everybody. Nirashaimase. We're trying to do a speed run while explaining everything as much as possible. So in this particular zone, we have now acquired the 2... Oops, I need to TP back in. We've acquired the 2 shards necessary to go into the boss fight. So I'll show you right away. I do think we're heading towards the guy at the boat, aren't we? Oh, and Judge Banks got a sub as well. Nice. Alright. So for the next point, it's either CDR or Reap the Damned. I think we can do a little bit more Reap the Damned. The loading screens in multiplayer are just brutal. Just brutal. So this zone is a little bit confusing as well. You just cut right and then bottom. What is that shrine? Let's see. It's not letting me see the shrine. XP shrine. That's alright. We can skip it. Then you move back right and up. Like so. And then you cut left towards the objective. Hoping to get level 23 just because we were so close, but that's okay. It doesn't make a massive difference. 3 minutes per load. No kidding. I think... Which chapter is this? So our DPS is solid. Void Puppet. He should be able to give us the next level when he dies. Look at that DPS. Very nice. Very nice. Brass Amulet. Mana Void Res. Sure actually. The end of time. So we could actually, I think, skip the next part. No, I think we need to report the quest first. Yeah. Badon working on a flame. Warpath Pally. And you've learned a bunch. For story progression. Nice. Yeah, man. I feel the same way, honestly. I'm 2,000 or 2,500 hours in. And also learning tons. So Imperial Era, I think here we can cut and directly go to the waypoint. Save some time running around. So this is the end of chapter 3. Yeah. So I'm not sure that the timer there is correct.
Yes, I see. Stay
It
safe.
doesn't look quite right. 23 minutes behind. Even with the load times, that's not right. We did not make any massive errors. But maybe. Just those load times, man.
What do you want?
I'll be starting as... Warlock. I started from scratch here. We're at chapter 4 right now, right? Chapter 4. Why does it say chapter 1 every time? We also cannot teleport inside towns. That's something that's different in offline. It wasn't that long, honestly, the 2 passive one. I don't mind that one. Just TP around, it's like 2-3 minutes. And it progresses you towards your passive cap. I want to finish the campaign with all my passives, all my idols. And then that puts you in a better position to go through monos. Because I'm going to go into monos very early on. It's probably not going to be hardcore viable. So I pretty much guarantee we're going to die when we get to monos. But I just want to make sure I don't die before monos. I want to practice that part. So that's my objective. Don't die before monos. If we die during monos, that's okay. Because I'm not actually going to be running hardcore when the game launches. Yeah, we're going to be hopping into monos around level 30. Yeah, I'm not speedrunning. Partially because it's hardcore. Oops. It's not a true speedrun. But it's probably something that would very closely approximate what we're going to do when 1.0 hits. Alright, so here we don't actually want to do the top quest. That one I find the most time consuming, especially with these load times. Ugh. Oh, someone was saying we don't need to do that quest on the bottom left, right? We could just go directly to the door. So let's test that out. Real-time testing. Real-time science right here. So this quest on the bottom can be skipped. Supposedly. Let's see. If we brick our run right here, it's going to be sad, but I think we should be good. I've had multiple people tell me that you can skip that quest, so. Spy Master. That's pretty ambitious. I guess I'm running even before Spy Master, actually. Spy Master Zarek, whatever. So here necrotic res is maxed. So anything green usually is necrotic damage. Purple is usually void damage. That's kind of color coded in the game. Very nice. Just to be able to know what you're dealing with. So we got a little bit more sustain. Not that we need it. Okay, what's going on? Last few enemies. Yeah, it does look like we can skip that one little fight. Luckily, thankfully. I have a hard time following which ones you can skip as well. Because it's like you think it's a main quest line. Surely we need to do it, but nope. There's a bunch of them you can skip. There's one really annoying one that even though you can skip, and I think it's the one on this map in fact. Even though you can skip it, it still stays on your list of quests. Doesn't go away. And that's kind of tilting, you know. So we're going to grab a bunch more passives right in here. Yeah, that skip worked. The one on that map on the left side we can skip as well. It's just really annoying because it's not going to tell you where to go. In here we don't want to skip this corrupted lake area because it gives us a passive and idols, I think. And for some of these we probably want to hand them in because you got to go and report to some people just to get the reward. Okay, I have a skill point. At some point, you want to craft a bit as well. So like right here, a little bit of void res would have been very beneficial, honestly. I wish I had some. So we want to clear a little bit before we go into... Well, actually, no, the boss fight is not quite yet. But yeah, going to boss fights with a bunch of enemies behind you is not always ideal. So if you know where the boss fights happen, you can prepare a little bit better. So right here, there's a boss fight on the map. You can see where it happens. So I'll probably throw some spirits before running in. These guys are very strong. Tons of damage. There we go. 4 spirits on top of them. So it's a double boss here. Item of loathing. Make sure to cast Spirit Plague once every 3 or so seconds while your spirits are up to refresh the curse on that guy. Because otherwise you're losing a lot of damage. 10 spell damage, okay. I think we're good. Yeah, Corrupted Lake is not too bad. So this is the one that we can skip. Wait, no. Once we lower this bridge, the next quest point is skippable. So yeah, here instead of going left, we just keep going up. You can skip this one. There we go. Nice movement speed shrine. Make sure not to go into the door on the right here. That is not where you want to go. That is to go towards Soulfire Bastion, which is a late game, end game dungeon essentially, but it's not for right now. It's for later on. How are we doing on XP? We're actually not bad. Hey, Cookbook! How you doing, man? Oops. We're trying to do a hardcore speedrun here. Solo self-found hardcore speedrun. So here it's a little bit annoying because it doesn't tell you the direction you want to go, so you have to remember. Unless you actually complete the quest from earlier, that last one that I said you can skip. If you don't skip it, it will give you the direction you want to go in on the map. It'll tell you this is the next area. There we go, level 25, not bad. Runes of Ascendance. So you're not playing Season? Or you're saying you're gonna use it up before Season starts, eh? Nice. So skill levels are all good. Passive is all good. Okay, we have a question. 1 sec here. If you try and skip a quest and it shouldn't be, how do you know you have to go back? Well, you just kind of have to. It's better to just know which ones you can skip. It's a little bit risky, especially if you're trying to test that out when 1.0 hits. If you're playing around before that, it's better, but yeah, how would you be able to tell? Yeah, it's just the quest. The next quest doesn't trigger, for example. So you might want to go back once you hit a waypoint or something. So we're almost at the boat. Quite a bit behind for some reason from compared to the other run. Not 23 minutes behind though, I don't think. You're doing it for Red Ring? Red Ring farming with Runes of Ascendance. I'm probably gonna do that a bunch too. Usually don't skip quests. If you're not a speedrunner or content creator, you don't need to. Yeah, I get that. I'm usually that way too, to be honest. I have a hard time skipping quests, but just making it optimized here has been an interesting learning experience as well. Especially things that don't give you much value, you know? Okay, I'm gonna wipe these guys. So quests that only give you a tiny little bit of gold and tiny little bit of XP, those are not valuable, you know, you can definitely skip those. Squirrel! Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I run into the same issue, unfortunately. Okay, so this is another boss fight. If you're spec'd the same way we're spec'd right now, it should be pretty easy. He has some silly moves that are very obvious on the ground. You can easily dodge them. I'm just killing this guy for I don't even know what reason. Okay, we'll keep going. So next for Bone Golem, we want to duplicate them or just get more copies of Bone Golem. So I'll show you how we do that. So that's one skill. He uses necrotic damage on the ground. Very easy to walk around. And he has a big hitbox, so easy for our spirits to just take him down. Make sure to refresh your curse. Oh, that was a good right click. Definitely try to dodge his right clicks. When he gets up, that means he's gonna slap you down. Make sure to dodge those. So that's the end of chapter 4 right here. So I think I definitely must have misclicked with that chapter 3 finish, 1 hour and, or sorry, whatever it was before. That's just, there's no way that's real. I think chapter 4 here, 1 hour and 30 minutes is good timing. I think load screens have easily been 3 minutes. So that 3 minutes that we're behind is all load screens, guys. I guarantee you. When you run offline, you don't get the off screens. So that's why my other timing is so much better. The lightning on this boss fight is usually what gets you. I have only 6 and it wasn't really problematic. The right click almost one-shot me. I should really be paying more attention to it, but what can you do? Liquid paper, you're saying I'm doing fine on time? Yeah. I do think it's only the quest. Sorry, it's the quest skipping helped. But I think the chapter 3 timer was wrong. So far so good. I think we can probably not talk to that guy as well, is what I've heard, but talking to people takes like 3 milliseconds, so I don't mind doing it. You watch his necrotic and forget to watch his lightning. Sneaky boss. Guys, do you like my boots? What a beautiful set of boots. Actually, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go and report a couple of quests. So right here, we're going to get a bunch of idle slots. I think chapter 3, I had it wrong. Somehow. I think I clicked it at the wrong time. I had the wrong idea of which boss or which fight is the end of chapter 4. Chapter 3 rather. When I did my offline speedrun. So here, that's done. Clearing the ruins. Okay. We're good. We got the extra passives and the extra idols. Unfortunately, we don't have extra idle slots actually. Or rather, we don't have idols to plug in those slots. What? What was that damage, dude? These guys, we need to take revenge. Alright, we got him. Vengeance is mine. I could have easily died there. That's very surprising. I guess my 0% fire res. So here, this is the point of the game where you probably want to start investing a little bit in resistances. So you can start crafting resistances into your items even earlier, especially the one with the void res area. Unfortunately, it's pretty hard to have the right shards in order to craft them. This fight you can definitely die on, so be careful. That was very close. Okay, I just run into their damage, unfortunately. Yeah, I definitely need more fire res. This is not good. %5 elemental res on the skull cage with poison damage, with the spell damage rather. Yeah, we can do that. Oh, what is that? Glyph of Despair up here. So that's something that allows us to seal apexes. Probably not something you want to use early though. That's a late game item. Save them. Save them for later. Elemental Leech Gloves from Quest. They have 13 Ela res. I mean, it's not bad. I do have... Look, I have a tier... I have a tier 7, guys! I'm level 27 and I have a tier 7 item. What do you think about that? Tier 7 Swaddling of the Erased. This is the first time I've had these. And I did in fact get a tier 7. Check that out. Tier 7 Freeze Rate Multi. Tier 5 Strength. Tier 2 Block Chance. Isn't that hilarious? Tier 7 this early on in the game. It's gonna be hard getting used to caring about affix shards again. Okay, so here you want to just grab the waypoint, even though you don't really need to, and then go south, hug the bottom wall, start with this first little fight, crit shrine. I'll pick it up. Another awesome thing in this game is your shrines apply to your minions as well. So my crit shrine, my minion also gets 100% crit as well. Bam! Look at that. Make sure to talk to this guy before moving on. This guy spawns right here. If you forget to talk to him, you gotta go back and backtrack. It's very annoying. DM got the swaddling of the erased as well. Oh, that's pretty rare. I have not gotten it during my speedruns. So, pretty sure it's a rare drop. Make sure to pick up any rune of shattering that you see. You can utilize those. So you see that void res affix shard, actually that was really good as well. You can use the runes of shattering if you get, let's say, a high movement speed boots, let's say tier 3 or tier 4, and they happen to have some really trashy stats other than the move speed. You can salvage the move speed and potentially grab some of those affix shards out of the boots for a different pair of boots. You must utilize that early on for optimal crafting as you progress through. Elemental res. Ooh, but mine have fizz and necrotic res. That's tough. So it looks like DM is gonna place Last Epoch, eh? It looks like Last Epoch is gonna get the Diablo 4 entirety of every every Diablo, every PoE content creator, everybody's gonna be on Last Epoch. It's gonna be sweet. It's gonna be epic. This zone is large here. And there are 2 different bosses to kill. The first one, even though he does necrotic damage and we have max necrotic rise, is surprisingly high DPS. More so, yeah, this part, when he does those stomps. I thought I could tank them, but, you know, doesn't feel great tanking those. There you go. Cursed bones. Necrotic damage, poison res, frailty. Yeah, that's an upgrade. Oh, it has cursed damage. See, that cursed damage would be perfect for Warlock. Oh, I had 2 points in here? Ouch, that's bad. Bad usage of my skill points. Okay, here you want to go left and then cut through these stairs. Shrine check. Shrine check, stun. We skip it. Elemental rest chest. Ivory 1, what does that give? I think that's an upgrade. Yeah, so basically early one you want brass amulet implicit, base type amulet type, and then you want silver rings for your base ring types. And then the rings is a really good slot actually to plug random resistances. So I might check if I can do some fizz res or some void res in one of my rings. Okay, I'm gonna kill this guy here. He's very annoying. This is an upgrade, but we don't have the level. This is solid for an elemental res. Better cast speed as well.
Hidden so close. A word of advice. Don't ask her about the diamond matrons.
The D4 treatment indeed. Hopefully not the full D4, just the D4 entrance. just the D4 entrance. Yeah, Crescent, I finally got the life split going, bro. Check it out. We're running pretty good right now, especially considering comparing we're comparing with offline. Yeah, we certainly don't want the D4 treatment where, you know, 3 weeks later the entirety of the player base was like, what is this? We're grumpy and we're angry. So, rings. Yeah, here's a slot on this ring. 6 MS. Can we do anything? Probably a waste though. I'll wait for a better ring.
Ah, yes. May I tear a smile upon you?
So we just need to do the last zone here. That little void zone.
Greetings.
Then we can go into monos. So yeah, we go back here. Craft some health. It's probably a good idea as well. Problem is I don't have enough affixes though. Also, some of these affixes are, you know, not legit. I did not acquire them in this run because the game does not allow you to do true solo self-found. It's like character or whatever account self-found. So for some reason the previous hardcore runs, whatever affixes we got there, count in here. Very annoying. I wanted to reset from scratch, dude. Ay, ay, ay. So here we can max our cast speed. Okay, so I think the void damage here is insane. Oh, nice, we got a raid from Merc Where? Raid of 5. Oh, I died. There goes my hardcore distraction. That's my bad. Let's try that again. Thank you for the raid, Merc Where. Thankfully, when we die in this game, it just switches us to softcore. Talk about a squirrel. Do it offline. I like to do it online just so it mirrors what happens when we actually play the game. When the actual game launches, right? Seasons. Because when I did it offline, I became immortal somehow. There's this bug, and it's only on offline, where you can become immortal for whatever reason. So later on when I'm doing monos, it was just not a true reflection of how monos go. It was not fair at all. Hey Grizz, how is your stream, Merkware? Reperform? I did not have Reperform. I did not use Reperform one time. So I don't think it was Reperform. So this area is insanely high damage. If you don't have Void Res, just run through it. Just don't fight too much. You're gonna die. Partially I died because I didn't have Void Res, but certainly I died because I was not paying attention, especially in such a dangerous area. Oh, see? Look at that. Died again. Void damage. The eyeballs do a lot of damage. That is derailing our run big time. So what you can do to mitigate some of this is let's craft some void res. We need an open suffix. Let's grab an open suffix in here. And actually we already have a void res. And we should not have 12 shards of void res, but it's just like I said, the game is not very accurate. So there you go, huge boost in void res. Here's another one. Boom, boom. All of a sudden we're at 55 void res. So we're gonna take half the damage that we took earlier. Yeah, I'm gonna release this in a YouTube video, and it's gonna be kind of like a guide, but a playthrough more so. It's hard to talk through a guide. You just kind of have to see a person play a lot of it. So I'll put this up on YouTube, and it's gonna, I think, help some people here and there. But yeah, you definitely need void res for these void damage mobs. Their damage is insane. Oops. That portal did not take me where I wanted it to take me. Go over here. Come on. So we're going to be 5 minutes behind our other time. A little bit slower, but a lot of it is load times, honestly. So here's a good way to utilize what I was talking to you earlier about spirits not being able to spawn. Take him to the little bridge, and your spirits are going to just surround him. It's really nice. So just 2 casts of spirits, maybe even 1 if you position it really well. And he's done. Then we grab that. Then we got Temporal Sanctum. It is not reasonable to expect 4 or 5 Void Rush shards. You probably might have 1 or 2. Yeah, you're not going to have many. At this point, I don't think you'll have 4 or 5. Honestly, I don't know. I think I have a bunch of them because of previous speedruns, but reasonably, I don't think they dropped that much. So we just want to hand in the quest, and that's it. That's the end of this Sanctum piece. Now we've unlocked Temporal Sanctum. That's what you want to do. And this is the big trick here. I'll explain the trick as we head towards Monolith. Is the game is set up in a way where you can take shortcuts through the campaign. So if we were to continue doing the campaign, we would continue down this route. And there's chapter, the continuation of chapter 5 and then chapter 6, 7, 8. But what you can do is you can, if you are powerful enough and have a Temporal Sanctum key, you can go through the Temporal Sanctum, and if you can clear it, you end up in chapter 9.
Oh, yes.
So you skip like 3.5 chapters. Granted, you need to have a lot of power to be able to get there, to be able to clear Jorah, and also you need to have a key. Farming a Temporal Sanctum key is actually very tricky. Yeah, I like to shatter Fizz and Void, but not just like 1-on-1s. If it's maybe 2 or 3 tiers. Okay, so now we're doing monos. And when it comes to monos, you really want to focus on a few specific monoliths, like Ritual Lake right here. There are a few monoliths that spawn enemy types that give you way more experience than other monoliths. And that's what we're mainly trying to do here, is level up with these monos, as well as farm the key that we want. But first priority is leveling. Forget about keys, we just want to level. So look for, I'll tell you the 2 zones. See, that's a lot of damage. And every enemy here is level 58. We are level 30. Oh, I forgot to click the end of the sanctum piece. There we go. Perfect. So you can see we kill all these enemies. They're not going to give you that much XP. Also, we're going to die if we try to stand next to those. I mean, it's a little bit of XP. Half a level, I guess, if we clear all of these. Those lightning crabs, you want to avoid at all costs. They hurt. Int, we'll grab int. Mark, where? What are you running for 1.0? What are you going to be playing? Another reason why we like going into monos is those chests. A really, really valuable option to gear up. Oh my god. I'm surprised I haven't died yet in this level 58 zone. Okay, let's keep going. Drops a unique item. Uh-oh. Out of potions. Not good. So much damage. Maybe I should have cleared things before clicking that. Yeah, you want to expect to die here, honestly. You're going level 30 into monos, you're going to be dying. You cannot play this if you're running hardcore. So, just have reasonable expectations. If you want to run hardcore, you definitely want to run through the campaign. Resists necrotic damage, so that's... this monster type is a problem. They also do a ton of damage as well. My golem keeps dying. This is how nasty this area is. To try to do rip blood, it's physical damage. Oh ho ho, almost one shot. These guys are nasty as well. So we just want to get to Ritual Lake. If we get to Ritual Lake, we should be able to level up nicely. If we can spawn the enemy types. Okay, that was a misplay. Jumping into them. I don't understand how the zones work there with the circles. It seems like it should not do damage in the circle, but it deals damage. But that's fine. We get... oh, wait. These are the XP mobs, I think. Here. Yeah, these shaman. Okay, here we go. That worked out perfectly. Yes, look at that XP jump. So I gotta write down this zone as well. Twisted Mire can spawn little shaman. So these little shaman right here. I'm not sure... why, but they give such ridiculous experience. You want to make sure to take advantage of that. Anytime you get a zone with the little shaman, be extra careful and farm the crap out of it. Full clear the entire map. That is the play here. We're going to be full clearing this entire map. Just watch this. So we started this zone at 1 minute and 54 or 53. Sorry, 1 hour and 53 minutes, let's say. 54 minutes. And we'll see when we finish it, how many levels. And we started also level 31 and a half, let's say. Level 31 and a half at 1 hour and 53 minutes. passives we do. Oh no. So the other reason you do not wish to die here is if you die, you reset the types of enemies. You're not going to go back and get your little shamans. Oh, this is such a good scepter. What's the level? Oh, actually, we can probably use this. Yeah, here we go. Primalist idol. So hopefully they don't patch these little shamans, because this is the best XP gain in the entire game. Elemental damage. Arena echoes. Do they get the little shamans? Plated gauntlets. One level in 30 seconds, right? So we're at level 33 right now. And we're going super slow. Keep in mind that our damage and our survivability is so low here that we're being extra careful, and that once you get to like level 45 or so, this is so much smoother. Get rid of the spire. Level 50 requirement, kind of crappy. Oh, these guys hurt. I need to be careful with them. They don't even give that much XP. Just looking at my XP here. And so keep in mind that even though we completed the mono, we stay and we full clear. We full clear. We don't go back to town. The XP gain is too good here. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a smaller map. So we unlocked another skill point. Or sorry, skill specialization. So it's a little bit... Probably need to stop and invest our passives as well at some point. I don't want to risk dying. Is why I'm not investing my skills just yet. So this guy, we can double him up. For skill points, honestly, I think transplant. $35 spell damage. We'll skip it. Yeah, do you think they'll bug fix this? Do you think they'll fix these little shaman? Or they'll leave them in the game for little exploiters like us to take advantage of? Level 36. We're gaining 1 level every couple minutes, I think. Something like that. Pretty good. And we have not died. That's the important thing here. They're really easy to kill. Not only are they crazy XP gain, but they're also pretty easy to kill. You don't want to kill the exiled mage just yet. You're just not capable. You're not ready. You don't think they'll have time to fix stuff like that? I kind of agree with you. I think these will get unnoticed. It's not like there's enough player outcry about them going like, oh, you must fix this before patch. So I think it's gonna get left unnoticed or unfixed or whatever. So okay, zone is cleared. Did we gain 5 levels, I think? Yeah, I think it's 5 levels. I think we do want to prioritize actually elemental res here. Curse damage. Tier 5 int. That's pretty crazy, I have to say. It's too bad it doesn't have MS. Maybe we can give it MS, but we'll drop it. Okay. So here we go. This is Ritual Lake. And Ritual Lake can certainly get these little guys. Let's see if we can spawn them. You think Arena Echoes it might be faster? So no little shaman, but is this good XP? Let's check. I am not getting any XP here. Yeah, and those mobs are not easy. So we'll reset. Basically just go in and out. Try again. It's pretty fast. There used to be 4 shamans in the campaign before, so you'd be level 6 in no time. If you know where they are, I guess. Damn. Thank you, Mark Ware. Any tips? What are your tips for running monos, by the way, before you go? Give us your top tips for mono, like leveling, as well as getting that, what do you call it? The key, the temporal sanctum key. Reset until pyro and or scullens. No, that's for sure. We gotta get the scullens. Gotta get them scullens. Don't play Forge Guard. Top tip. That is a pro tip. I like it. Could not getting any more real than that. All right, and we got the scullens, guys. So let's record again. 2 hours and 4 minutes. We start and we're level 36. This zone is massive. This is why I love this zone. So we'll see what we get out of it. The pyromancers are not as good, honestly. It's all the scullens. Scullens are the best. Town is lava. That's a good point too. Don't stay in town. Throw your items on the ground. You don't need to sell them. They don't sell for much anyway. Later on, you get so much gold. It's not even funny. We just need to make sure we don't die here. The biggest issue is dying, because then it resets the map. Brass amulet. Fizz pen. 14 cast. Lightning res. Now we got a bunch of void res in ours. I'm gonna skip that. Why are these not dying? Oh yeah, we need to invest our passives. We have way too many passive skill points. We have 7. I think I usually go for the... Actually, we maybe go for the vitality. Yeah, let's get some vitality. Survivability here is nice. can get int. And then we get to the juicy ones up here. Necrotic pen. Alright, this is good. Spine rod. This is really good. Tier 6 spine rod. What did it have on it? Oh no! Oh, I died! Why did I TP into them? That's such a bad misplay. Did I grab my spine rod? What does it have in it? Poison damage. Oh, if only that was necrotic damage. Level 42. That's a bit of a bummer. We need to reset and respawn them. If you skip from chapter 5 to chapter 9, don't you lose passive points? So that's the thing. If you have 13 out of 15 passive points, so 13 out of 15 and 5 out of 8 auto slots, you're good. So that's all you need to care about. White items are goated when you have many runes of discoveries. That's not a bad point, actually, yeah. White items, I actually have them hidden. But certain white items might be beneficial to unhide. Okay, let's try to spawn these little guys again. It's probably 1 in 5 or 1 in 6 or so. Not that time. Try again. So yeah, white silver rings is probably good. But discoveries are not very easy to find either, I find. Like, I don't get very many of them. Shattering tier 1s, hey? But you're not going to get very many discoveries as you play through. What is going on? Yeah, the loading screens are a little bit brutal. Okay, lag, lag, lag. Is it because I'm creating a map again and again? The loading screens are just busted. You don't go back to the skip chapters. No, you can get all of your passives and idols in chapter 9 where you get spawned. You go forward and you just need to back up a tiny little bit once you finish the boss. Or you can do it when you get there. Oh, here we go. Skullens. There we go. Unfortunately, Immortal Eyes are a little bit annoying to kill. Kind of tanky. Maybe we should just skip them and just focus on the Skullens. Do they give XP? Let's check. Watch my XP bar. Not much, honestly. Let's just focus on the Skullens. Problem is then we might get one shot from behind by these guys. Wow, this is a really weird map. All sorts of enemies are spawning. That poison cloud insta-kills you, so don't go in it. Even my bone golem died. Oh, in fact, I'd forgotten to create 2 when I picked up the double bone golem point. Yeah, we're rushing too much. Yeah, these are not easy to kill. the immortal eyes. Let's just focus on the Skullens. Our friends. Oh, look at that. Okay, I think I'm gonna try and kill that. Oh, the poison cloud. Where's my poison res here? I'm gonna target this Gorgon. Okay. Do they give me XP if they explode? Yeah, this is not good. Oh, but that's the bosses there, I think. Defeat the ambush. Okay, that's what happened. Okay, one Gorgon down. Rune of Shattering, very nice. This is not the best XP, to be honest. Opulent Focus. This is godly. Here we go. We got a few more of these. .39 spell damage with cast speed. All of that damage is maxed out. We'll take CDR next. Not enough shamans here. Yeah, this is not a great map. Unfortunately. There is shamans, but not enough of them. Yeah, very weird map. Maybe we didn't hit the right kind of mobs. No, they're giving me some XP. Yeah, it's the little Skullens. We'll just keep running through until we get them, like right here. Bone Mask, Fizz Res. You know what? I'll pick that up. I think this is one of my favorite maps for XP, yeah. But I don't think I got the right minion or enemy mob spawn. It's just a very large map with tons of enemies, so if you get the right mob type, full clearing it gives you like 10-15 levels. I'm not even kidding. 10-15 levels. Here we go, more Skullens. So many immortal eyes. I don't think I can kill them. 41 lightning res silver ring. I actually need to pick that up. Give me that ring! Oh! Okay, we're gonna Rune of Discovery that blue ring. To show everybody how you use Runes of Discovery. Scary lasers. So we're catching up on levels. And soon we're gonna get a bunch of really strong passives that give necrotic pan, a bunch that give spell damage, necrotic spell damage. Really solid passives overall. It's gonna make the run much smoother. So, and we're gonna catch up a little bit to the enemy levels as well. They're actually following me? They're gonna follow me the entire map or something? Get the Gorgon! Yeah, we can't kill these guys. They're crazy. So tanky. Okay. I don't see Skullens here. I guess I should try this run, but with the poison spec for Wandering Spirits as well. Could be an interesting comparison. I can't go in there. That's a good clump of enemies. This should be good XP right here. As a Warlock, this may be doable. Because you can just AoE them from afar. That is so much poison damage though. Holy moly. $137, what does that say? Skeletal mage damage. This is getting out of hand. Look at them. Oh, they insta-killed my golems again? Okay, I think we back out of here. That's good enough. Is there anything usable here? Void res. Lightning res. We said we're gonna test this out. So Rune of Discovery, it basically gives you random affix slots. Void res, perfect. So this is a great defensive silver ring. So we can toss that. Lightning res almost maxed, void res almost maxed. We're gonna be way tankier now. Do we use this? I don't think so. 16 Elemento is actually pretty solid. So, Twisted Mire was a good one. Decent one. Ritual Lake again down here, by the way. So, double Ritual Lake. Let's see if we can spawn them in this one as well. And this time, hopefully, better density of Shaman. Because that was low density Shamans. The higher density was those eyeballs. I had like 20 of them chasing me. Yeah, this is not an option. Come on. The doggies are here. No shaman though, it looks like. The doggies are actually decent XP too. Super easy to kill. But no shaman. We'll reset. They're nowhere near the shaman category of experience. So this is one of the objectives here with monos, is to level up, but the other objective is to try and find that temporal sanctum key. The probably the highest chance to get it is if when you kill the boss at the end of the echo, but unfortunately you only get one kill of the boss, so it's, you know, it's not that high of a probability for him to drop it. So the other thing is you just hope you get it from the mono clears themselves. But luckily, as we clear monos, that's something that we want to do anyways to get towards our empowered monos. So it's a win-win. Farming for that key while moving up your monos and getting your stability up is definitely a win. Okay, here we go. Skullen 1. All these sludges. Do we have more Skullens? Here we go. Okay, this is more like it. I think this is going to be the zone. One-handed sword, humming bee. Hey. Where am I Skullen? Here we go. Here we go. That's a good group. Look at that. Like 8 of these guys. So much experience right here. That's the stuff. Oh, this is usable now. 44 spell damage. Sure, we'll give it a shot. Lost a lot of void res though. Need to be careful. Opal ring. Healing effectiveness, that's pretty bad. Opulent focus. These are really good defensively. Ooh, MS cooldown recovery boots. Level 45. Alright, let's get level 45. We can definitely do it in this zone. Oh no, almost died. Well, that would have been heartbreaking. Now that we finally got the zone that we wanted. So you want to go back to chapter 9 roughly around at least level 50. I don't think I would recommend going before level 50. You can just keep doing monos. It doesn't hurt to do them. They have another benefit, right? In that you're progressing your late end game. And the mobs that you're going to be fighting once you go back to chapter 9, they're all going to be like level 54, 55. So you don't want to go too light on like going in there level 40 or so. Even if you get lucky with a key, still want to make sure you get your XP. Oh, you linked the build, Christopher? I gotta check it out. Haven't seen it yet, no. Didn't even realize. Did you do it recently? After I started streaming? Maybe within the last couple hours? I didn't, because I checked my comments before I started streaming, and I did not see anything. Like a link, that is. I didn't see a link build. So here we go. Finally necrotic pen. That's huge. See, the other benefit of this zone is it's just massive. Tons of enemies. Why can't I TP? What? What's going on? I'm bugged? What's going on? I can't do anything. What is going on? I can't move! Why did I get bugged? Not now, no! Oh no. Why am I stuck here, dude? I have never seen this bug before. Oh man, that sucks. Our beautiful map is ruined. No. We just got the Scullens. Do we leave the game? Is there a way to unbug it? I'm trying to transplant. It is not working. Do we have any other mobility skills? There's no spot that's allowing me to transplant. Too good, you say? That is so frustrating, man. Is there any other teleport skill? No. Rip. God damn it, dude. Just when we got the Scullens. Ah, I forgot to report. Poison puncture spear build. Using the net trap to spam triple puncture per second. Sounds legit enough. Well, that sucked, guys. That was a very sad moment. We were on track to get level 50. Good timing. Yeah, I'm sure that one has been reported, to be honest, yeah. Spurgeon branch chance to blind on hit. You kidding me? Alright, let's find more Scullens, I guess. Oh, that is tilting. Tilting AF. Scullens, where are you? Not the bears. We don't need the bears. Alright. You get stuck again? I don't want to report it anymore. I just want to play the game. I think I've had issues there before, but I've gotten out of them. This time, it just simply would not let me get out. It just kept me there for life. You want to try dot range build? Something similar to Burning Arrow in PoE. Exploding Rogue. Or Exploring Rogue Detonating Arrow with shock and poison conversion. I would recommend wait for Falconer. Falconer is gonna make Marksman better. Here we go. There we go. Skull. Oh, so many Skull. This is like the Skull in Paradise, dude. Oh my god, finally. Skullens have been discovered in their hideout. Tier 6 health regen per sec. Oh my god, it's only Skullens? What is this, dude? Oh, the levels are gonna rain. Oh my god, it's only Skullens. Are you kidding me? I don't see any other mob type. How many levels are we gonna get in this zone, do you think? All we need is to not get perma-stuck. That is all we require from our game. Just don't get us perma-stuck. Look at that XP. Holy crap, dude. We got level 45 in like a minute. Almost. Here we go. Level 45. Give me, yeah, there we go. Level 45. Absolutely insane. I had a level 45 item. There it is. Actually, we can probably salvage these. You also got stuck? Let's aggro a bunch. Fitzraz is lacking. Oh, this is great. 22 health. Bunch of health regen. Damn, don't hit. Spell damage. Just losing a bunch of elemental res. Death mask with fizz res. Worse though. XP shrine. Ho ho ho. Levels. Here we come, levels. Oh yeah, look at that. Level 47. What was that unique up top? Nothing. The best one is Ritual Lake. Ritual Lake is this one right now. It is by far my favorite one. And you can see it varies as well. Sometimes you get a lot of these mobs. Like this one is just only these mobs. I've never seen it this extreme. But if you can get like pure Skullens on this map, it's GG. You're done. Your leveling is over. You don't need any more. So after this, we're gonna hit 50 here easily. And so after hitting 50, we're just gonna beeline through monos and start speedrunning monos a bit more. Because our level is gonna be good enough that we can prioritize speedrunning and getting to the end of the monolith, trying to get keys from the monolith bosses, etc, etc. That's how my progression goes. So we finally found the right mono, the right mono right here with all these Skullens to get all of our levels. And we can progress on to the next step. And then when we get the key, we get it. If we don't get it early, that's fine. We just keep progressing. You can't make it appear. You just progress through your monos, speedrun them. If you run into a beautiful map like this, probably full clear it. But other than that, just speedrun the maps. Level 49. So here, I don't even know what to get, to be honest with you. Ooh, 2 points. Alright. Now we head towards the center. Level 50! Ding! That unlocks probably Spirit Plague. Now we're only 1 minute behind our other run, and the other run was, we're basically immortal. We could not die because of some stupid offline bug. So I think this is pretty good. I am fairly certain, however, that we're very much behind on progression for monos. We got stuck in the first 3 monos here, just leveling. And that's alright. It's gonna be smooth sailing from here on out, though, I think. Oh, this is the hill. This is the hill that bugs us. Let's be careful. .32 Void Res shield, not bad to be honest. Let's equip some of these fire res. I should have equipped a long time ago. Actually, our Void Res is not good enough to switch the amulet, unfortunately. These are level 52, almost there. So for our passives, we're just scaling our necrotic damage as much as possible in order to make the run smoother. Because you could see when we first started running monos, Damage was a massive bottleneck. But now, it's not so bad. Not nearly as bad. It's a lot of it, most of it really thanks to a lot of the passives, to be honest. The skill points help as well, but the passives I think are huge. Extra spell damage. This early on, really solid. Oh, we have 4 points here. Tier 3 cast speed is definitely something we can salvage. So we want to make sure we don't die. Sometimes there's nasty mobs coming out of these. Like these ones are not... They do decent damage, so you don't want to let them hit you. Necrotic resistance on this soul cage, that can be a problem. His necrotic damage, we have max necrotic res, but still, you can see it takes like a third of my HP. If he crits, it's a lot worse. Didn't get a crit that time. I still think we can tank it, but let's not push our luck. Okay, we keep going. So now we can equip these scepters, and I think that's going to be our play. Apply damn, don't hit. Ward per second poison res. The other one gives us spell damage, so we'll keep the other one. So let's equip these. Stun. Necrotic damage. This is the one, okay. This is level 54. It's going to be a massive upgrade, I believe. Tons of vent, tons of survivability. So again, we're full clearing this. Full clear all the way. If you get this many little Skullens, you just have to. You've raided their hometown. Their little village of Skullens. And they're giving you the gift of experience. Can't say no to that. Level 52. Very nice. Almost 53 here. We're close to full clearing as well. The only downside to this build is we kind of have to get a little bit up close and personal with the enemies. It's not ideal. But if you get Warlock and you spec it the way I was talking about earlier, Chthonic Fissure with the damage coming from Torment, Curse, that's going to give you a lot more reach. So you're not going to be running into this issue of having to get right next to the enemies to kill them. Okay, so yeah, this is it. We no longer need experience. I think that's it. We did it without deaths, even better. I mean, obviously without deaths, because otherwise it would have reset us. Okay, so this is a really interesting boots, but we can't use them unfortunately. So these ones though, these are insane. Tier 4 CDR. Let's get Fizz Res on them. It's definitely weak. Int. Alright. Beautiful. Beautiful boots. These are like end game boots right there. This ring is Necrotic Res. That would be perfect for a Warlock. Unfortunately, we don't have a Warlock right now. 53 ward reduction, 37 ward per second, 14 int. This is 51 ward per second. But it has no bonuses. Cold and poison res. We can probably use this belt. It's got fizz res as well. Discovery. Oh, I should have just done necrotic damage. That was dumb. I didn't need to do discovery. So now we're lacking in elemental res a little bit, but our fizz res is maxed out. So I think that's good. This is level 55, 46 spell damage. But it doesn't have as good of bonuses, so we'll drop it. Let's keep going. And so at this point, we don't care nearly as much about what kind of maps we're running. We just want to keep running through here and hit some of the nicer rewards, but other than that, we just want to zoom as fast as possible. What else can we do for damage? Okay. Oh, Skullens again. But these are not the good ones, I don't think. Oh, okay, they do give some XP. Let's see. No, it's not. I don't know what gives the exact massive XP boost, to be honest. It's not always these Skullens. Resists necrotic damage. So profane flesh is the worst for our build because we're primarily necrotic damage. You can see enemies are starting to melt. We just cast one spirit. And most things die. Most of the weaker mobs at least. Slake Captain who? These profane flesh are gonna be a pain in the butt. Oh, we got him actually. Okay, our damage is really ramping up. This is nice. So once we complete these ones, we just go zoom in. XP books are good rewards. Idols are surprisingly good rewards early on. So try to get idols as well. Because look, I don't even have all my idol slots. I've gotten really trash idols so far actually. Actually, brass amulet. I will check. Crit void res. Nah. Now we also have haste because of transplant. We have 3.5 second cooldown transplant and 3 second uptime on haste. So it's almost 100% uptime haste. Tier 6 int boots, not bad, not bad. No MS on them though. Okay. See, we're getting really tanky as well. getting smoother and smoother. Where am I going? Luring enemy ambush. So really, it's just slow until you hit that node with the Scullens. Until you find a bunch of XP. Scullens for ya. Oh, here's the ambush. We got it. Procced. Okay. Obviously, exotic items are good as well. So these exotic axes are not bad. We'll probably hit them up. When you watch footage from 1.0, does it seem like the damage numbers have a different font? Huh. Didn't think of that. I didn't notice it. I gotta check that out. Maybe they did that on purpose for the highlight reels. Just for everything to look even more chunkier damage, everything, yeah. That would be smart marketing, I guess. We can even kill the Gorgons now. Not that we want to, just run through. Nice. Shards is always welcome as well. Okay, we're starting to speed up a little bit. Last time it took me quite a while to find the key. So hope we're lucky this time. Yeah, no XP here. We're closing in on the enemy levels as well, so... Tier 6. I don't even know why I'm checking these. I don't need access for the speedrun, that's for sure. Just can't help myself. I see exotic items, I look at exotic items. So we're doing seal the storm gate, okay. Might be an ambush. Oops. No. Oh, don't tell me. Okay, good. We don't need to backtrack. Was there an item at level 54? Yeah, our offhand. Alright. Our relic, I think, is pretty bad. Need a relic upgrade. Alright, so let's see. Here, this is tier 2 necrotic, tier 1 spell, and tier 4 void res. Not bad, honestly. I can't get rid of that. The void res is too good. Tier 5 crit multi, though? Hey. Alright, fine. We'll leave it. And we're sporting a healthy 650 health at this point now. And you gotta pick up all the chests. Chests are too good. Don't skip any. See? Runes of Ascendance. And with Rune of Ascendance, I do believe the play is to use it pretty early on helmets for Warlock. Because with Warlock, the amount of power packed into the helmet that is Bone Clamor Barbute unique is just insane. So if you can get that early on and you just get lucky, RNGesus blesses you one time. Slay enemies for an ambush. Where's my ambush? See, if you're level 50-ish here, this is a breeze. Granted, we have solid items as well, but it's a lot of the power is coming from the passives and the skills. So you just need to get your levels and the game becomes a lot smoother. That is the play here. So we're going to grab this Void Res and we're going to shatter it. So we can plug it into a different Void Res. Or into an empty suffix somewhere. So if we switch our offhand, for example, if we have an empty slot, we could take advantage of it. So soon we're going to be able to do the boss. So I think 2 more and we're going to be able to do the boss here. These boots are not bad. Tier 2 MS and Tier 3 Crit Avoid. We'll grab them. Tier 3 MS. So at the beginning you want to definitely shatter MS boots. Oh, here we go. Idols. Finally. HP lightning damage. Oh, 16 poison res, nice. 10 void res, very nice. 7 poison res. 10 health. Alright. Hey, Hidden Pool. Welcome, welcome. We're doing a speed run. Trying to be as speedy as possible. Okay, void res. Another poison res. Let's do health. I guess we have a slot. Let's go. So a speedrun while trying to explain what's going on as well. So here we've gotten up to level 55. And if you're running a Warlock at this point, so I said you should go for Wandering Spirits, Reblood into Chthonic Fissure. For the 4th skill, I would recommend Ghost Flame, just to start getting your mobility skill and setup going. So you need to get that movement while skating option. So that's on the top right side of Ghost Flame. And then for the 5th skill, you can spec into Chaos Bolts. That's basically all you need, is those 3 skills. The other 2 skills in the build are flex. So you can kind of do whatever you want. The build has a lot of flexibility in it. The one that I'm going to be running. And I'll post a build guide for that as well soon. We'll see. Hopefully in the next few days, but I'll try to explain some of the leveling fine-tuning that goes on as well. Because you're not going to be going your primary skills early on. You're going to be going Rip Blood and Wandering Spirits. I don't have a Warlock Planner as a command yet, but I will probably on my next stream. Next stream I should have one. Slay Admiral Harton. Let's go find him. I'm gonna be hitting level 56 soon. Not bad at all. I would really like to find a key at this point, because I could definitely get into chapter 8 right now. Cast speed, damage over time, Fizz res, not bad. Here we go, ambush. Quarterstaff. The spell damage is not good enough. So yeah, as you level, you're gonna be running into better and better implicit items. So for example, the implicit on this opulent focus is so good. Just a little bit bummed out I can't use it. Okay, we can shatter that. Spell damage. Sure, we'll shatter that. And now we can actually do the boss. So let's hope the boss gives us a key. Temporal Sanctum key, please. Because we're already level 56. We don't want to be in this timeline. Please. This is done, I think. Calamity. That's an interesting drop. Void res, cold res chest piece. It's probably decent. Level 57 though. Oh, that's next actually. I was like, wait, it's gonna be a few levels away, but nope. Level 57 is one level away. Not bad at all. Okay. Rune of Removal. I should have picked that up. That's a mistake not to pick up Rune of Removal. We'll go grab it. $45 spell damage, but nothing else. That's good. So this, I just want to salvage for the Fizz Res. Yeah, this is an interesting helmet, but we can't use it. Doesn't have anything good for us. So did anybody end up running alongside me in parallel? For speedruns here? Do we have anybody still online? It's a pretty grueling speedrun, but that's gonna be 1.0 for you. Speedrunning to empowered and then speedrunning to level 100, really. Ornate wand? Yeah, we're gonna hit level 57 right away. We're gonna be out leveling the enemies. We're gonna be probably level 57 by the time we fight the level 58 boss. You're gonna run a marksman. Shouldn't be too bad. Marksman felt good to level. Yeah, marksman just kind of starts feeling bad around level 90, I guess, towards the end game. I don't know. Some skills are not as bad actually. But I do believe with the addition of some of the falconer stuff, it should be a lot smoother. Alright, time for the boss fight. You guys ready? Let's see how this boss fight goes. Altar of Flesh. Enemy chance to dodge. We don't care about dodge because we're running. Spirits. There should be one cast of spirits here, hopefully. Good. Because it's very dangerous to stick along to it for an extended period of time. Yeah, we're not getting good RNG on the spirits. Here we go. Okay, now you go to the middle. That's how this fight works. The boss is going to be invulnerable until you kill his little pylons or whatever those are. Then you can just go to the middle because the edges are going to be covered in necrotic damage goop. And you're just spamming down with Wandering Spirits, the same as usual. Make sure you're close by so you get as many Wandering Spirits on top of them. Make sure you refresh your Spirit Plague, the usual. Try to dodge some of his stuff, but really, as you can see, if you've leveled up and you have solid res, and you can see our res are really good. Fire is the weakest at 17. For the next timeline, the most important res type is void res. So you have to have max void res when you go to the next timeline. There we go, we got him. Ah, it's a lightless arbor key. No. That's unlucky. And make sure you click the level 66, the higher level timeline unlock, because that's the one that gives you power. So these are all the timelines in last epoch. All of these here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The ones on the left, these three, and this one up here, do not give you power. So you want to go this path, and these are the 5 that give you power right here. These 5. This one gives you like unique drop rights or gold drop. Not nearly as useful as getting like crit multi or something like that. Okay, so we go next timeline, and we hope we get the coveted Temporal Sanctum key. Because the best way to get it is from boss drops. But killing all the bosses, I mean, the good news is killing bosses is one of our objectives anyways. We want to kill the bosses because that progresses our monos. So let's move a little bit faster. So these are enemies now level 66. If you remember in the previous areas, they were level 58. So as you upgrade into the monoliths through different timelines, they get harder and harder. Tier 6 armor boots. Would have been nice if it was an actually godly movement speed boots or something. But no luck. Idol drops from the shrine, nice. So we're dealing mainly necrotic damage. That's a good one. That's not bad either. Okay. Killed Lagon 3 times in a row and no lightning shred. Yeah, it happens sometimes. I've had that happen as well. It's quite painful. Alright. So how are we doing right here? We can go for kill threshold. Here we can go for threat. If we go to 4 hours and we still have not found the key, I'm gonna have to call it quits. That is the play here. Because it's getting late more than anything else. But I'm optimistic we're gonna get one. Temporal Sanctum key, let's go. We just need to kill the boss, next boss one more time. One more boss rather. One more boss. And he's gonna drop it. He's gonna drop it surely, right? That's a key. That's a key. That could be our key. We got it! Temporal Sanctum key! Yes! Yes! And we're level like 68 already. 58 rather. 57. And we're gonna be 58 soon. This is it. We're going straight to the campaign right now. After this one. Oh. I was just thinking, alright, we're gonna go to 4 hours. No key. It did happen. Unbelievable. Anything good here? A lot of items. Alright. Let's just complete this echo and get going. I think we got it. Silver ring, but oh, he's got necrotic damage actually. Okay, let's go. Necrotic damage, nah. For a second, I didn't see my Temporal Sanctum key, and I was like, wait, did I not pick it up? What happened? Where's my Temporal Sanctum? I had a mini heart attack there. Not gonna lie. But okay, it's right here. Ugh. Let's go. Do I know if Chthonic Fissure passive that makes Inferno Shade damage instant would have it apply Ignite? You mean as if it used up the entirety of the duration? Is that what you're saying? Apply all of the Ignite from the rest of the duration? I don't know. I don't know. That's something that I'd have to test out. Hard to tell. My guess, though, would be that it won't. Would be cool if it did, though. But I'm guessing that it doesn't. I don't know. I have not done any community testing, so it's very hard for me to know how they're going to implement some of these things. Yeah. Would be a cool interaction to take advantage of, though, if they implemented it that way. Opulent focus, damage over time, necrotic damage. Elemental res. It doesn't have the void res, but here we go. So this is the trick, guys. Once you get through the monos enough that you get your Temporal Sanctum key, you go to the Temporal Sanctum, obviously. You beat it at tier 1. It's doable. It's like level 55. Jorah is not nearly as scary. Once you beat it, you're going to pop out on the other end directly into chapter 9. So that way we skip half of chapter 5, all of chapters 6, 7, and 8. And probably half of chapter 9 as well. So roughly 4 chapter skips. Tons of time saved. And clearly the best way to level is not through campaign, but through the through the Skullens. Through the godly Skullens in the monos. You just have to know which mono.
Such power. There is only one explanation.
But you have to be very careful, because I think if you die here, you're not getting your key back. Yeah, you gotta go farm another key, so do not die. If I die here, I'm gonna be extremely disappointed in myself. I'm gonna give myself a stern talk. I'm not mad at you. I'm just disappointed. Okay, honestly, I don't like this side. These guys do a lot more damage, these void guys. Okay, what is going on? Where's the exit? So these guys do a ton of damage. You want to run away. Yeah, I don't know where the exit went. And they don't give much experience here, to be honest. This is a bad XP zone. Here we go, we found Jorah. Oh no, dude. Gonna make me run around like that? Oh. Okay. Jorah time. We need to get it done perfectly here with Jorah. No room for errors. Here, I'm gonna get ready with a bunch of spell damage.
I will have it. The future cannot be denied.
Okay. Should have gotten more res. This was a mistake. Yeah, I should have played better here. I'm going into this without max lightning and cold res. Massive, massive problems. Should be able to get it done still, but that was dumb. Oh, the big one. Oh, my minions are dead. What? I clicked D. I clicked D, dude. No. Too greedy. I clicked D too late. No. Where is it gonna respawn me? I need another key now. Oh no. I bricked the run, guys. I failed it. The void damage, even though max res, it one shots. That's a really, really tough hit that she does. Slightly tilted. The tiltometer is getting there. That's just like the easiest thing to dodge too. I just get greedy all the time. Ripperoni. Let's keep going here and see if we get giga lucky and get another key immediately. But otherwise, if no key in the near future, yeah, that's like the easiest thing to dodge in the world. The only way to not dodge it if you're a greedy bastard like I am. And I was doing good. I was being a good boy. For the first explosion, I just exited way early. No chances, no risks. But then I got greedy. I'm like, alright, just a little bit of extra damage. Just a little bit of extra damage. So roughly it looks like, I don't know, about an hour or two of farming. until you get your key. That's not bad. Oh, this is an arena. You know what I should do is switch Rip Blood to necrotic damage. It's gonna actually deal a little bit of damage that way. Because I have a ton of plus necrotic pen. Yeah, I think that's a good play. Just need a +1 on it. We're very far away somehow. How do I have +1 on Wandering Spirits? Oh, from the chest. Nice. This is actually pretty good XP, these arena fights, somehow. Well, hit and miss. I think I just have really good damage. Clears everything pretty quickly. How many waves? 14 waves. Vit and Void Res, not bad. 10 armor and 7% cold res 1x1 Ido is also good. Can we use this one? Lacks the void res though. We were definitely on pace to do a sub 4 hour, you know, full campaign plus level 60. Really good timing on everything. I didn't fail. The easiest dodge in the world. Ooh, that was necrotic damage. I can probably zoom a little more. I'm stopping to fight too many enemies. It's starting to feel like normal mono runs. We're so speedy here. Hey Avo Gaming, how's it going? Welcome to the channel. Welcome today. How are you doing? How are you doing on Friday evening here? I'm a little bit tilted. I just wasted my Temporal Sanctum key. We got the Temporal Sanctum key for the chapter 9 skip through the campaign and I failed it. Only because I suck. Because I didn't dodge the easiest mechanic ever. But yeah. It's all good. So far the run's been good though. Clearly you can tell the difference that loading screen makes in online mode versus offline mode. A lot of the speedrunners run offline mode for a reason. The loading screens are such a pain. Ready to enjoy the weekend. 2 more weekends. This weekend and then next weekend and then afterwards it's gonna be last Epoch weekend. My calendar has been blocked for a few weekends after that. Gonna be sweet. Ready to run Falconer. Yeah. Falconer, Warlock, or Forge Guard. Whatever you feel like, you know. Forge Guard is a hero too. Maybe not the bestest of heroes, but a hero nonetheless. Okay, we keep going. Unique item here. Anya, you've been doing some Beastmaster runs to prep for the potential EQ dot start. Nice. How does it go? You came to the conclusion that you hate Beastmaster leveling. Oh, really? What's the bottleneck? Which levels are the hardest? I'll be honest, I have not leveled as a Beastmaster in a very long time. The last few times I played Beastmaster, I got power leveled, so I didn't actually go through the campaign. But people that have tried that build have told me that they equip it on level, you know, as soon as they can, literally around level 35. And it's fairly smooth sailing afterwards. I mean, I think you still need to get a few levels in it to get the more damage multipliers to kick in, but I think around level 40, 45-ish, it should be online. Wolves leveling. You don't want to level with pets? I mean, Earthquake leveling is not really leveling because you get it until you don't get it until like level 35 or so. It takes a very long time to activate it, so you have to have a plan for the first 35 levels. You can't just go like, yeah, Earthquake, that's how we level. You just gotta get there somehow, and I don't know, I think there's quite a few decent options. Thorn Totem is solid, I think, right? Maelstrom Warcry? Are you for real? I guess Maelstrom, is it good early game? Like, do those things do any damage? I can't tell if you're memeing or not. If you're messing around or not. Tier 5 necrotic damage, tier 4 health. Alright. Alright. Well, the other one's not bad either. Damn. Damn. So this would be elemental res here. Okay, that's a bit better. Fizz res almost max. Let's keep going. Primalist wolves and swipe leveling. Poison scorpion. Wolves and raptors. Is raptor good? I've never tried. I don't even know, man. The panther stacks. Yeah. I mean, swipe. It's probably not bad, yeah, because swipe is useful even once you get earthquake. So Swipe serves... Swipe is part of the build, so it's not bad to level with it, I don't think. It's probably not the fastest, but the fact that it integrates with the build smoothly afterwards is great. Poison Scorpion is an active build. Poison Scorpion is a legit build late game as well. It's not bad. Nothing good. Spell damage, cold damage. If Frostclaw isn't nerfed, oh man. You have this obsession to only specialize in skills that are going to be used in the final build. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. I can relate to that a little bit. It's hard, right? It's like, wow, this is not part of the build. You would have a really hard time playing PoE. That game, you just switch from skill to skill. Sometimes you start with a completely different build for the first 30, 40, 50 levels. Or maybe even first 80 levels. Then you switch in the late game. Some builds you cannot spec into starting. Oh, it's quite tricky. What is going on here? Where is all this damage coming from? Let's go idols. Okay, so we're gonna finish this Echo boss, I think. And if he does not give us the key, we're gonna call it quits for tonight. That is the plan. Let's see what happens. Are there more than a few options for leveling Warlock? Well, I think Chthonic Fissure is gonna be insane, but you still have to get to level 20, or sorry, to level 14 to unlock Chthonic Fissure. I mean, you can just go, even Vanilla's Wandering Spirits is insane, so it's not that hard actually to get to level 20, or 14 rather, when you get Mastery. Or you can even rush it and get Mastery around level 12. It's pretty easy to do. So yeah, if you Giga Rush it, you could just unlock Warlock and go directly into Chthonic Fissure. And I think Chthonic Fissure is going to be strong enough to carry you. Wolves to Scorpion. Okay, we're gonna... Do we grab this idols? 6 turns of 79% increased damage for void enemies? I don't think so. That's pretty crazy. Ah, that's YOLO. No, we already have 100% increased crit chance. That's nuts. Forget it. We're not gonna get the idols, unfortunately. Because the boss, I think, does a bunch of void damage. We don't want to make him OP. Don't want him too OP. Movement speed shrine. We're even level 61. At this point, I don't even know what passives I want for Lich. Oh, I think I died. Yeah, my weakest resistance. Notice the importance of resistances here. My weakest res killed me. Can I mitigate? Max the MS here. I guess we could get extra health. Wow, 100 health. Amazing. You know what? I think we're using this. We will probably reroll implicits. One more? Ah. There we go. Word per second is at min though? Ah, right. One more. Okay. Yeah, it's just not working for us. That's fine. So Void Res is still solid, not bad. Let's go down here. You're level 55 on the first model. Did you start at the same time, Bad Dawn? Also, what class are you running, Bad Dawn? You were level 30, and when you got near when you were, you started to run with me. Nice. Nice. Is it smooth? Did you get lucky with some Skullans? Little shamans? For the free levels? Only in one mono. Gotcha. But you got already pretty good levels. Level 55. It wasn't like the perfect one that I got. This was all in all a pretty lucky run, I have to say. Too bad I messed up with the key with the Jorah fight. That was like the easiest dodge ever. We'll have to run another speed run on Sunday. Perhaps. We'll see. Why am I even using these guys? Are they good? 7 strength, 3 all attributes. 16 cold res. A little bit of block. Yeah, I don't think I should be using these. Whatever. If it was tier 7, I don't know. What's a cool tier 7 to have? Ooh, that's a pretty rare drop. And I'm not talking for this level, just in general. I almost died again. Prismatic Gaze, 4% crit. Not bad, not bad. Okay, I got 349 stability. You kidding me, right? Ouch. Just need 1 stability. So we're heading for the boss. Let's see if we get lucky. I wonder if there's a level requirement for me before tier 7 exalts start dropping, or maybe it's in empowered monos. Does anybody remember? Do we have to run empowered monos for tier 7s, or how does it work? It must be, because I have not seen a single tier 7 so far. Level 62. This is surprisingly tanky. There we go. Okay, next. So we just need to do one more and then one mono to get exactly 1 stability. And then it's boss time. I think this is where I was last time when I got to when I got my temporal sanctum key. I think in this exact zone, and I got my temporal sanctum key right before the boss is here. When I ran this last time. So yeah, we definitely got the temporal sanctum key way earlier this time around. I'm not even sure where to put my passes at this point. 10% spell damage, it is. There we go. Yeah, right here. This is the fight that I got the key from last time. This time we're probably gonna have to do the boss and hope we get lucky and he drops a key. Okay, and we've even unlocked the crystal wands. Should probably switch to them soon. Alright, so we just need one stability. This can be it. Let's go. You got Aaron's Will and Ravenous Void and still have yet to get what we've been farming for. The Mad Alchemist Ladle. Well, the Mad Alchemist Ladle only drops from one specific enemy. It drops for the from the Exiled Mage. So he's the guy that you have to click the little thing to activate. The what does it look like? I don't know. Like a prison with chains. And that's where the Exiled Mage resides. Have you opened a lot of those? He actually drops it pretty frequently. Oh, okay. Well, that's weird then. That is very weird. You should have gotten one by now. Especially if you've got a Ravenous Void. That's a rare item. The Mad Alchemist Ladle is not that rare. Still using big gloves at level 55. Hey. Godliest big gloves. I'm still running my swaddling gloves. Tier 7 freeze rate multi. Swaddling. Okay, come on. Finish the mono so we can do the boss. Hopefully we don't die. We do have 875 HP, not bad. Oh, levels, nice, nice, nice. You get 2 very rare drops before it. That is indeed some weird RNGs. Yeah, more effects. I do plan Warlock on release. That's the goal. I'll try to release my build planner build guide tomorrow. See if you like it. See if it's something you want to run or not. Alright, so in here. Oh, +3? Oh, okay, cool. What should we get with +3? Review rate? Damage to poisoned? Yeah, why not? Necrotic damage here. Truly don't care here. Yeah, whatever. Okay, boss time. Boss time. Let's see if he drops us a temporal sanctum key. If he does, we can still finish the campaign today. I think. Tier 5 necrotic red damage brass amulet. Oh, that's a misplay. Yeah, this should be doable. Bit slow, but doable. Damn, this guy's tanky, dude. Ooh, that was close. Whoa, ho, 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 ho. There we go, alright. 1 LP Dark Shroud of Cinders. Okay, health, perfect. We actually got a pretty good blessing from here. Okay, oh yeah, he didn't give us a key actually, so no key, no luck. That means it's GG, folks. We'll have to do the run again. Really, I should have finished this by now. I could have easily finished this pre 4 hours. I think I got the key around 3 hours and, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes or something. Get out of Jorah by 3:20, 25. And then the last bit of chapter 9 is just half an hour. It's not too bad. Pretty straightforward. But what was pretty good here is how we didn't die too many times. Even when we first started in the monos down here, we only died like what, 3-4 times? Once we got our levels up, like level, I don't know, 45-ish, it was very smooth, I gotta say. We had some scares later on even, but that's mostly because I'm not paying enough attention. I'm tired. And I'm tilted because I failed on Jorah on the easiest dodge in the universe. A fight that I've run 100 times, but I always get greedy. I died like that way too many times. I just get greedy. And I'm like, alright. Let's just squeeze one little damage extra. Not worth. Not worth. It's alright. We'll get it done next time. I think we can certainly do it. But, you know, when patch comes out, this is not the end of the world even if we fail Jorah, honestly. Because we can just keep doing monos. Doing monos has so many benefits, right? We unlock empowered monos. So, no problem. No problem at all. More effects, I'm also going to be running Fissure. Thanks, man. I think we're going to have to wrap it up here. What do you guys think? Is it time to call it a night? Is it time? Let's find something to, somebody to raid. Let's find somebody to raid. Any recommendations for raid? Anybody? EMP? Yeah, I'm pretty tired as well. It's been a long week, so let's reset this timer thing. Oh wait, I updated the timer. That's fine. Okay, let's raid EMP. EMP, here we come, bro. We're coming. But before we do that, I just want to say thank you guys one more time. Thanks, Bad Dawn. Thanks, Actual Typhoon, for the gifted subs today. Really appreciate it, guys. Made my day. Thank you so much. So I'll be back Sunday. I'll be back in 2 days. Tomorrow is going to be YouTube video creation day. So I'm going to focus on getting a build guide out for what my plan is for 1.0. Thank you so much. Let's start raiding, guys. Yeah, so we'll try again with the run probably on Sunday. Take it easy, guys. Good night and go chiso sama deshita.